Okay, perfect. Hi, YouTube. Okay, Slay. Lock in this month at the gym. They clearly don't know. They can't. There's no way. Yeah, can somebody explain to me why do straight people think that Locktober has to do with the gym? Like, who did this start as a joke or like how did we get here? It's your fault. You told straight people it was about locking in. You thought it was Socktober, like poop sock. Oh. What? God, the random music started playing and I thought I was losing my mind. Is it safe to Google poop sock? Probably not. That sounds disgusting. Also, I went to Dorcas's stream. What's the jump scare? I'm confused about what the jump scare is. Also, hi, Keaton. Hope my games are going well. They're going okay. Also, hi, Sass Kitten. Wait, Lexus, what's the jump scare? It looks like Dorcas is just doing his makeup. Am I missing something? If you'll be hot in a jockstrap. I think everybody looks better in a jockstrap. It helps like lift your butt cheeks. Gives your butt a little extra. It's like a bra for your butt. You love wearing a jockstrap? Me too. I'm not even a bottom and I like jockstraps. I just think they make your butt look better. Look at that one emote where their face is all white. Well, because they're in the middle of doing their makeup. Their makeup. I personally, I like when people do makeup streams. I actually enjoy it. I feel like it's a really underutilized type of content creation on Twitch because it's so popular on like YouTube and like TikTok and Instagram. But on Twitch, I very rarely see people just sitting and doing their makeup. Like I know Deer will do it. I know Miss Danae started doing it. But it's like I just feel like it's something that should be a bigger form of content. Like I feel like Deer has kind of pioneered. Danae does it now all the time. Yeah, she said she was kind of inspired by Deer to do it more often. Danae is a fucking cosplaying fiend. Like she cosplays something different every single day, and it's crazy. I don't know how she affords to do it. You started but not drag makeup. I wish I could wear makeup. It fucks up my skin so bad. Because like I do think I would like to just wear like a little bit of eye makeup here and there and whatnot, but I don't know. Like my skin reacts so poorly to makeup. I guess I could try it more often, especially now that we're going into like Halloween season. Like there's no reason that I couldn't. I just I hate having like a fucking zit because of makeup. You know what I mean? That's what always happens. Also, I have to pee. I'll be right back. Good luck, everyone. Be safe. Okay, back. Oh. Also, Vanestra, are you still there? Vanestra? One's in the chat if you're Vanestra, two's if you're not sure. Also, hi, Smiley. I don't know if I said hi to you, but hi. Hello. How's it going? I don't think gays could take over tailgate culture. Damn, there's so many Vanestras that aren't Vanestra. Over the weekend for the podcast, for the watch parties we were doing, we watched, you don't fucking know me, I guess that's true. We watched Late Night with the Devil. It was so fucking wild. Hello? Can I help you? Where is he? Where's the killer? I literally can't see him. Oh, there he is. The talk show one. I want to talk about it, but I don't want to spoil it for anybody. But it's also one of those movies where it's like, I don't know that you really can spoil it, because it's like the entire premise of the film is in the trailer, right? It's like, it's a talk show host with failing ratings. He brings on a girl possessed by the devil to try to increase his TV ratings, and chaos ensues. Where is he? What are we spoiling? Watching Sex in the City with us was actually fun. I'm glad you enjoyed it. We were watching, over the weekend, we watched Dragula, of course. We watched the Sex and the City movie. We watched all of Midnight Mass, which was fucking wild. We watched, oh, and we started watching Ratchet. We're like halfway through Ratchet. Is that everything? We watched a lot of shit. Like, I have to say, like, if you like watch party type shit, we do be watching shit. If you're a Patreon supporter for our podcast, like, we watch a lot of fucking shit. Seasons 2 and 3 of Sex and the City on VHS, but you're trying to find season 1. It's on HBO. If you have Max, it's on there. That's where we watched it. I'm gonna be honest, season 1 sucks. It's like a completely different show. Wait, where's the palette? But where's the palette though? Oh, here it is. Ooh. The Wiftina. Wiftina Aguilera. Fuck. You don't have HBO Max, you're broke. That's fair. I will say HBO Max is what, like fucking $15 a month or something crazy like that? My god. You watch Agatha with a watch party? Yeah, that's what we've been doing too. Actually, tonight we'll be watching it after stream. Dorcas and I. When streaming, yeah, I know, when streaming services used to be so cheap. There still are some. I think Shudder is really cheap. And also Shudder's really cheap, and also fucking, oh my god, what's the other one? Dropout. Dropout's like really cheap. Thanks for the invite. I mean, it's just for our Patreon tech. So it's like people who support our me and Dorcas's podcast on the Patreon get access to the watch parties. I want to start having guests on the Patreon, or on the podcast though. There's a couple of drag performers that I've wanted to have on. We just need to schedule it. Dorcas and I are notoriously terrible at scheduling. We just have to like go into Lady Lay's chat and be like, hey, come do our podcast. Like, she's already agreed to do it. Why am I being tunneled? Why am I being tunneled? What the fuck did I do to you? Like, what is this? Leave me alone. Using title for music. Well, our podcast is on Spotify. It's on YouTube. It's on fucking everything. YouTube, Castbox. I don't know. We've got it on all kinds of shit. I feel like you can listen to our podcast like literally anywhere. Apple Podcasts, whatever. The Blue Eye app in the App Store lets you watch everything for free. That sounds illegal. That sounds like piracy. Remember when clothing used to be hard to rip apart? Wait, what? Wait, what? There's no way he is fucking tunneling me again. Like, again, Diva? A fucking again? No way! Are you kidding? I'm like 3 miles outside of this window. Okay, work. Well, you're sick of Spotify? I was never a huge fan of Spotify. I used to use it back in the day, but I think YouTube Music is actually better for a lot of reasons, to be completely honest. So I don't know why people like it so much. I switched to YouTube Music, and I think YouTube Music's algorithm's better. They have a better variety of music than Spotify does, especially if you like more like niche kind of weird shit. And I think it's similar price, if not the same. Maybe even less. Midwestern Princess in the Brown album. You just hate that YouTube always puts shit in mixes, like this show me the individual songs. Mine doesn't. Wait, what? Does it? I just like, I search the song I want to listen to and then I listen to it. To import a few songs from Italy. How do you import a song from Italy? Who up importing songs right now? You're trying to find new music? Oh, I guess I don't try to find new music. I guess I'm not interested in new things. Somehow cheaper than Spotify. I've never heard of Tidal, so I believe you. Giving you bops all the time. See, I've had that experience with YouTube Music where I feel like it tends to give me like a lot of the new shit that I've never heard before that I really enjoy. Is this a gay game? I think so. I'm pretty sure. I thought it was. You just use the radio on YouTube? That's fair. As you should. I hate that I have this problem on Twitch where if I click through too many people's streams too quickly, it like freezes and breaks. Does anyone else ever have that issue? Or am I just a freak that like clicks through so many streams so fast? Because I just like to know what everybody's doing. Like at a quick glance, I want to see what everybody on Twitch is doing right now. Which means I have to click through a bunch of different streams very quickly. It's constantly breaking your browsers. Yeah, me too. So recently, pops came flops. And illegally buy albums. What's wrong with Robin Morningwood Welcome Adventure? Wait, what? Who's having a welcome adventure? Who the fuck is Robin Morningwood? Play the game on Twitch, so actually you'll get in trouble. Oh, is it like a banned game? Oh, with TikTok? Oh, I'm not streaming on TikTok right now. I haven't streamed on TikTok in a while just because I find that my game lags, which is really frustrating. So I've kind of just dropped TikTok for the time being. Because I just feel like it's not worth it for like the actual game lag to be happening. You know what I mean? You could only play it on joystick. Oh, okay. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, Twitch has like a list of banned games that you're not supposed to play. There's an album you want, but it's $350. I've never understood buying albums, but I've never been like a music person, so maybe I just don't get it. Like, I hear people say that like listening to records is somehow better, more enjoyable. I'm not sure. But I just feel like it sounds inconvenient and expensive, so. Also, if I'm listening to things, I'm usually like up wandering around and like doing shit. Like, I don't really have a tendency to like sit in one place and listen to shit. Just let that happen gorgeously. Gets infinite replays on Spotify. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Wait, what's the song? Do I have bad taste in music? I don't really like music very much, to be completely honest. Like, I don't understand a lot of the appeal of most music. I don't think it's really like a taste thing as much as it's just like a general disinterest. Posted a link. Oh, what's the name of the song? With like the artist or whatever. I tend to really like show tunes. Like, I'm that kind of homosexual, I fear. So I think that's a lot of why I don't really get a lot of like mainstream music. Just like, unfortunately, too gay. Hi, Apple Cider, how are you? I don't have Spotify, so I can't listen to that anyway. Favorite Broadway? Like, my favorite musical? That's really tough. I have a few favorites. One of my more recent favorites was Hadestown. I feel like Hadestown had like a very deep, profound effect on me, honestly. Another one of my favorites, like one of my like all-time favorites is probably Next to Normal. I saw it when I was like really young, and it also like stuck with me like my entire life. And I also Cats. No, not Cats. Fuck. I like Cats. I do, actually. I think it's fun. But, yeah, it's by no means, like, one of my favorite musicals. Next to Normal is really young, like 30. No, I saw Next to Normal when I was, like, in high school. My mom took me to it to see it. And if you're not familiar with Next to Normal, it's basically about a family where the mom is struggling with a lot of mental illness. And what exactly is wrong with her is kind of unclear throughout the musical. Like, she's been diagnosed with such like a litany of mental illnesses that it's kind of hard to say, but like they bring up like bipolar disorder and stuff like that a lot. And it's really brought on, like, as the show goes on, you start to realize that a lot of her delusions and her hallucinations originally were triggered by the death of her son, who died like 16 years ago. And it's a really fucking depressing musical. It's like really sad. But also has like a lot of banger fucking numbers, honestly. And yeah, Alice Ripley won a Tony Award for playing Diana, who's like the main mentally ill mother character. And honestly, as an adult, I've talked about this on the stream before. It's a bit dark, but one of my partners, about 3 years ago, his daughter died when she was like, had just turned 18. So I remember, like, I don't know, like, as an adult, I kind of went back to that musical because it really does capture this sort of like unending despair of like experiencing like the loss of a child. And while I never like went into any sort of like extreme hallucinations or delusions, it's like that musical's already like depressing enough, but it's like when you actually have had like a firsthand experience similar to what it's talking about, it's like has an extra layer of like depression. Also, hi Zen, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. As we're talking about depressing musicals and dead children. It's gonna make you cry. My favorite happy musical? There's a lot of like good feel spray, like hat spray. There's a lot of good feel good musicals out there. Oh God, can I think of any off the top of my head? I tend to be drawn towards like darker musicals, honestly. Like, I mean, Hadestown and excuse me, and Next to Normal are basically tragedies, honestly. Excuse me. Oh my God, fuck. I'm like inhaling. I'm inhaling Merlin's hair. Sir, I need to drink something! Stop tunneling me! Why am I getting tunneled every fucking game? God damn it. Ooh. The filmed version? No, I've never seen a filmed version. I didn't know they did a filmed version. But there's a filmed version of Hadestown? Fuck. Do I have a high MMR? Yeah, only the highest. You'll find I'm the highest MMR player in the game. I'm the best. I love when people ask questions like that. You literally can't tell. It's impossible to know what your MMR is. It is truly impossible. Anyone can claim that they have a high MMR. It's not possible to know what your MMR is. Oh, you asked, is there a film version? No, I don't think there's a film. I mean, well, there's always bootlegs. There's always bootlegs of any Broadway musical. But there's no, like, professionally filmed version of Hadestown, to my knowledge. But there's certainly bootlegs. Good old-fashioned slime tutorials. Aw, thanks, Frisk. You're so sweet. Okay, happy musicals. Happy musicals. Mamma Mia? But not the movie Mamma Mia, Here We Go Again. Oh my God, I'm gonna fucking scream. Could you try not tunneling me? Like, holy shit. Like, have you considered just, like, not tunneling? Could be fun. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. Embarrassment. Oh no, I should have faked it. I should have faked it! Mo made the Abitunes, yeah. Oh, hi. I looked over a chat when I should have been looking at whether or not I saw him cross. Well, GG. I get tunneled once again. Love that for me. On to the next one, I suppose. I've never seen How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying. It sounds really boring, so I've never even considered watching it. I'm trying to think if there was like a feel-good musical I saw recently that kind of gagged me. I'm gonna be honest, like, feel-good musicals don't really like stick with me a lot of times. Like, a lot of times, like, I see them and I go, well, that was fun, and then I just kind of like move on with my life. Black, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you. Like La La Land. Yeah, La La Land's fun. I mean, it's not a Broadway musical, but it's a movie musical. My problem with La La Land is nobody can fucking sing. Like, La La Land, it is the pinnacle of, like, the problems with Hollywood and musicals is that they always focus on casting like household names and A-list celebrities instead of casting people who can like do the part. Like Emma Stone can't really sing. Ryan Gosling can't really sing. Even the ensemble, even when there's like no name ensemble characters, they can't really sing. And you're watching this musical and you think like, wow, they sing constantly, yet nobody can sing. Why is Chris Pratt Garfield? Great question. Hamilton is not a feel-good musical. What the fuck? Have you seen Hamilton? Hamilton is deeply depressing. I remember the first time I ever listened to Hamilton, I was doing a road trip from Baltimore to New York. It was around the time when I was moving to New York, and I listened to the entire thing straight through, and I fully sobbed in the car alone as I was just listening to this fucking musical. It's so sad. It's not deeply depressing because of America. It's deeply depressing because it's about his son dying and like how it's his own fault. Like, have you not seen it? Do you know what Hamilton's about? It's quite literally about Alexander Hamilton like getting his own son killed. It's like a large portion of the musical. Womp womp. With feel-good musicals, I mean, there's tons of them. I mean, to me, I don't find them that exciting. But like Hairspray is a good example. I would say Wicked in a lot of ways is a feel-good musical. There's nothing really deep or dark about it. Like, there's definitely some like underlying complexities to the story, but it's not like a tragedy. Did you play Silent Hill 2? No, I've never played Silent Hill at all. I would play the remake, but I don't have the money to buy it right now. So maybe in the future, if I really decide I want to. Hold on. Let's just look at musicals. Let's see. The Lion King. Great example of a feel-good musical. I've never seen it, though. Oh, Death Becomes Her is on Broadway right now? I didn't know that actually got produced. I remember there was a lot of, like, issues with the production of that. Chicago's great. I've seen Chicago tons of times. I'd say in a lot of ways it's, like, a feel-good musical. There's definitely some, like, dark undertones to it as well, but it is fun. Oh, Six? Six is fun. Hi, Jawawawa. How are you? How are you doing? I don't know what some of these musicals are. I have no idea what McNeil is. Robert Downey Jr. makes his Broadway debut. Oh, it's a play. Never mind, it's not a musical. Simba's dad dies in The Lion King. Oh, I guess that's true. I don't really like The Lion King. I mean, I've never seen the Broadway version. I've heard it's, like, incredible. But I'm not a huge Lion King fan. Have a good night, Tony. Lovely to see you. You're good. Just working a lot. Rip. For Chicago, I feel good musical about infidelity and murder. Yeah, but it's very camp. It's like, yeah, that is what it's about, but it's like camp and like fun though. Oh, yeah, good luck, have fun. Pike Row? Pick Row? Am I saying your name right? Wait, who is in Death Becomes Her? Who is in this? Megan Hilty? Oh my god. Wait, I kind of want to see this now. I thought she looked familiar. I was like, why do I recognize that woman? That's fucking Megan Hilty. it's fun in the same way political corruption's fun. Yeah, Chicago's fun in the same way that like scrolling through political Twitter is fun. Do you know musicals with Hugh Jackman oiled up kissing boys? The Boy from Oz? Is that what you're talking about? Also, hi, can I pet that dog? How are you? How are you? Sweeney Todd's a feel-good musical? Well, yes. Excuse? What, The Boy from Oz? Do you guys think Hugh Jackman's gay? You're asking for a friend. Heard that he used to be a theater kid. I mean, he wasn't just a theater kid, he was a Broadway actor. Am I asking or am I hoping? I'm asking because, like, I've heard of rumors that he is. I've heard of rumors that he, you know, he's out there sucking dicks and cock. If I say yes, then sure. It's not that well, I mean, let's be real. He seems a little fruity, but also at the same time, though, it's like... he's one of those... There's a couple actors where, like, there's a lot of rumors that they are gay. They just, like, are afraid to come out because of, like, potential career risk. Because somebody like Hugh Jackman, who's famous for, like, doing Marvel movies and shit, could quite literally, like, lose his gigs because he's gay. Like, that is still a thing. Whether people want to accept it or not, like, it's true. Like, gay actors don't get cast in those sort of, like, superhero roles and shit as much as straight people do. I think he's gay. That's cool. Nobody's more homophobic than Hollywood gays. Well. Well. I mean... She's got a point. Is someone getting, can I pet that dog? Oh. You can get catcalled as a man in the US? I mean, I've never been catcalled. I don't know. I'm not sure. How can you be sure? Just to move the needle. I mean, there are certainly actors who get those kinds of roles who are openly gay. Like, the guy who played Gaston, what the fuck is his name? Luke something? Who am I talking about? He's like an action movie guy, and he's also openly gay. Luke Evans. Luke Evans. Who the fuck is Jonathan Bailey? Who? I don't know who that is. Oh, shit. Yeah, Luke Evans is gay. yeah, famously gay. Like that's the thing. Like there are you know, actors out there that do these kinds of like straight dude roles that are openly gay, but they don't really talk about it a ton. Which is, I mean, understandable, I think, you know. Their publicists probably try to keep them a little quiet about it, but... Gay people can have families. This is true. And this clown is really disorganized. He's really struggling to like stay focused on a single problem at hand. Some people don't make being gay their whole personality. No, Pedro Pascal to be free. Well, yeah, no, Pedro Pascal is one that there's a lot of rumors about him being gay, but he's another one where it's like he takes the kind of roles where him being gay could potentially lose him jobs. So that's why a lot of people, I think, assume he's, you know. Also, like, you have to remember, like, a lot of these gay Hollywood guys, like, they're still fucking and sucking. They're just not open to, like, the public. So a lot of times when there's rumors about them being gay, it's because, like, they fucked their way through, what, you know, West Hollywood. They just, you know, they don't publicly, like, come out. Any pallets? Any pallets? Sir, why are you running the same way as me? Girl, go the other direction. My God. Hollywood gays make you sign an NDA. Yeah, but people still talk. Do you know how many times a gay person who signed an NDA about something has then told me things about the thing that they're not supposed to talk about? Literally all the time. Like, gay people know how to keep an open secret. Gay people know how to share information and gossip in a way that's not going to get them in legal trouble. We have a great gen spread. He really should not be able to do anything about this. I love Deja Vu. I don't know why I don't always bring... I used to never bring Deja Vu, and now I bring it in every build because it's just so strong. It's such an underrated perk. Who would I sign an NDA to fuck? Oh my God, so many people. Number one, Joe Manganiello. 100%. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I would sign an NDA to fuck anyone who is not, like, politically dubious, right? If you're like a famous actor and you're just hiding your sexual orientation because it's might lose you jobs, I totally understand that. Like, I don't think it's necessarily the best way to, like, live your life, but it's not my life, you know? It's like, you can do whatever the fuck you want. I would never do it for, like, a politician, though. Oh, that reminds me. Did you guys see that Donald Trump allegedly tried to give Stormy Daniels more hush money? Did you guys see that? Not jealous of the couch. Don't know who the second guy is. Stormy Daniels is a woman. So Donald Trump very famously fucked a porn star named Stormy Daniels when he, I think when that was when Melania was pregnant, right? So when Melania was pregnant, Donald Trump had sex with a porn star named Stormy Daniels. Before the 2016 election, Donald Trump paid her hush money to basically like keep it a secret because he thought it would sway election voters, essentially. He paid her the hush money in a way that was illegal, which is why he's now a convicted felon. Like that was what all the convictions were for, essentially. But a story just recently broke that he tried to pay her more hush money, allegedly. He allegedly tried to pay her additional hush money. This was after, I think this was after the conviction, if I'm not mistaken. To essentially get her to stop talking about it. Can't wait to abuse the blight serum to loop around killers. That sounds fun. He just won't stop. No. It really does feel like, it's like if Donald Trump doesn't commit at least one crime per week, he's not really Donald Trump. You know what I mean? It's like every day a story breaks about him, it's just him committing another crime. Like every single time. Time after time. Donald Trump stop committing crimes challenge impossible. Oh, GG, Pike Row. Yeah, we really ate him up. Unless you were the killer. Were you the killer? No, you were on my team, right? You're the Dwight. Slay. GG. GG. Doesn't really matter for his voters. They're more like a cult. There's a lot of Trump voters that are very cult-like. I don't think they're all like that. I think some of them are honestly just either misinformed or just old maiden type of Republicans that like refuse to like change their thinking on certain issues. I don't think all of his supporters are the cult-like people, but I think most of them are, yeah. Can't believe you got in a match with someone you follow. I'm glad you did. It's lovely to see you. Can I pet that dogs? Can I pet that dogs? Wait, am I following you? Here we go. At least this will be the end of it. But the Donald Trump cult? We'll see. His talking points are all brainwashings from podcasts. Well, that's the thing, though. Like, the funny thing about a lot of the Donald Trump talking points is that it's literally, like, trickle-down Russian propaganda. Like, it's quite literally, like, Russian propaganda talking points that has seeped into American culture very intentionally. Like, Russia has paid millions of dollars to get that shit into American culture. And I mean, there's already stories breaking constantly of these different podcasters, like Tim Pool and Laura Loomer and like all these different people who allegedly have basically been taking money directly from Russia. Can I disguise myself as Hassan Abi for Halloween? He is your nightmare. What do you mean? I don't know how I could possibly do a Hassan cosplay. That sounds like it would be problematic. I know who Hassan is. What do you mean though? I'm not sure what I could possibly do. Also, why is he your nightmare? Is my camera crooked? That looks a little better, I think. Identity stealing is fine. I just watched your stream earlier. Who, me? Everyone is fam in their club. I am not worthy of being in the lobby. I am so bad. I am also so bad. I look more like Austin. You think I look like Austin Show? I'll take that as a compliment. He's quite hot. Austin Show is kind of interesting. Like I want to like him. I don't know him personally, and I've never really watched his stream, but I think I'm mostly just jealous of him. So it impedes my ability to really enjoy his content. And I think that's valid. Ooh, not a nurse game. Wait, where's my third gen? Oh, it's over there. No, I'm not jealous of his twinks. I'm jealous of his money. I don't give a fuck about his twinks. He can fuck all the twinks he wants. I'm jealous of his viewership and his money. He's fucking rich. I think my jealousy of Austin's show, it comes from the fact that there's really not a lot of like really successful queer Twitch streamers. He's like he's probably the top gay Twitch streamer. And I think a lot of times Twitch has this tendency to be like, look, we have gays here. Look, here's Austin's show. And it's like, yeah, he's totally gay, and you know, like, that's great. But I do think a lot of times the Twitch is they're more keen to like sort of showcase the more heteronormative type of gay people, right? It's like, he's very much in that category of like sanitized, like sponsor-friendly gayness. Does that make sense? You don't see yourself in Austin's show. You don't relate. Yeah, he's a very like mainstream type of gay. You know what I mean? I think it's genuine. I don't think it's like an act or anything. Like, I'm not trying to like come for him. I just think it's more, my criticism is more on like Twitch, where it's like they take people like Austin's show and they sort of are like, look, this is our gay representation, and it's like, great, he represents a very, very, very small fraction of what the queer community looks like. And I know that in a lot of ways I'm in the same category as him. I think I'm like a more mask presenting like white gay man, so I don't think that I'm necessarily the best representation either. But I do think that as somebody who veers a little bit more, I'm such a girly bum. Yeah, I definitely veer a little bit more femme for sure. But I feel like, I don't know, it's more of a, I'm not a family friendly kind of girly, you know what I mean? And I think a lot of times that's what Twitch wants, is they want like the really sponsor friendly kind of like people who don't rock the boat, and it's like, we're gay, but we're not those kinds of gays, you know what I mean? Whereas, like, you know, I think that the queer representation on Twitch ideally would be more representative of, like, the actual queer community. There should be a lot more inclusion in, like, who's getting all of these thousands and thousands of gay views or whatever the fuck, however they like parse it out in their algorithms. That bark at the camera. Oh my god. Not barking at the camera. You will say you recently saw a video where Willem interviewed him, and at the end she said, "Let's go to Steamworks." I don't know what that means. The fuck is Steamworks? Not pick me gay, please. That's how high I drew memes. It's a bathhouse. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think especially as time has gone on, I've noticed that Austin Show has become a lot more open with his gayness. Because you also have to remember, Austin Show was not openly gay when he became famous. He is somebody who, like, became famous in the closet and then opened up about it later. So I'm sure he went on quite a bit of a journey with, like, how that all went down. Because I've seen that happen to a lot of, like, different Twitch streamers. Like, I remember a Twitch streamer that I really liked who is a trans woman, and when she became famous, she was already, like, I know we don't really, like, use the term, but essentially she was already, like, passing, essentially, so people didn't know she was trans. And then when she became, you know, when she came out and, you know, was very publicly a trans woman, she got a lot of hate for it. And it was really rough, and I felt so bad for her. Also, hi, Marisol, how are you? Fuck Twitch streamers. Agreed. I love to fuck Twitch streamers. I'm just kidding. A gay that appeals to the straights and don't want to remember us. Yeah. Yeah, and it's like, I don't blame Austin Show for that. Like, I think it's more of a Twitch issue, right? Where, like, I'm happy for him and his success and everything, but I do think that Twitch should be focusing more on, like, uplifting a larger spectrum of queer content creators. Than just, like, look at our one gay white man. The token gay, yeah. Isn't Bezos owned Twitch? Yeah? What does that have to do with anything? I stand by Twitch as a base platform that everyone can make it on. I don't know, Marisol. I mean, I would say that there's definitely a level of algorithm control that Twitch plays a lot with that's not necessarily within the, like, we're all equal in what we do on Twitch. I agree. I definitely agree in a way. I think Twitch is better than most platforms. Also, Dill, thank you for giving that sub to Tack. Thank you, Dill. I think Twitch is better than most platforms, for sure. That's why I like Twitch, actually.
Do those things give
also,
out
Dill,
mail?
thank you for giving that sub to Marisol. Thank you, Dill. Oh my god. But I do think that there is a level of control that Twitch very knowingly exerts over their algorithm and who they feature on the front page and all that kind of stuff. And And I guess all I'm saying is that I would love to see it a little bit more spread out, you know, more so than just this is our main character gay. Like, we could use some more main character gays, you know what I mean? And yeah, like, Deer's a great example. Deer's somebody who has been a staple of the queer community on Twitch, who, and granted, Deer does great, right? Like, she has tons of viewers, she has a massive community, everybody loves her, but it's like, she very much is the kind of streamer who could be getting thousands and thousands of viewers. As a token on Twitch, I see your point, but also I don't see your point. I just think there's some people who get a lot more of the algorithmic benefits than others. That's all I'm saying. And I think that that could be spread a lot wider through different demographics of Twitch, essentially. Personally. That's all. I in no way am I trying to say that like people didn't earn what they have on Twitch. You know what I mean? It's like obviously Austin Show is a great streamer who has, you know, earned all of his fame and success. I just also wish that, like, I don't know, so many other, like, queer content creators deserve so much more than they get, I think. Oh, she fucking gagged me! She fucking read me like a book. GG. Good job, nurse. I like to spread it wide. If some of y'all weren't taking all your clothes off all the time and whatnot. What do you mean? What do you mean? All the hot people are getting the sub gifts. Well, guys. I mean, I know a lot of e-girls who do really well taking their clothes off and whatnot. And, I respect it. Honestly. I mean, I quite literally copied my entire content strategy off of Amaranth. And here we are. I looked at what Amaranth was doing and I said, can I apply that to the queer community? And the answer was yes. So. Ad people are notoriously conservative, yeah. Yeah, well, that's the other thing. So another great example of why it's kind of unfair, Marisol, is that if you look at all these e-girls that have made a ton of money and built huge audiences by being sort of like risque, like internet girlfriend type characters, and that's kind of their whole shtick. I know a lot of them who have been suspended, banned, demonetized, and it's just because of advertisers. It has nothing to do with whether or not they are, I'm here to drive your content, but it has nothing to do with whether or not they're getting viewers. They are getting viewers. But like, I remember when I did swimming pool streams, I had the best viewership I think I've maybe ever had. I remember my best swimming pool stream, I was averaging like 400 viewers during that stream. And then I got banned the next day. And it wasn't because I broke any rules. Twitch was just, they were restructuring where they wanted their ad revenue to go, essentially, which is kind of what it came down to. And I could see in my finances, when I looked at the like week of swimming pool streams I did, where I was like doubling, tripling, quadrupling my normal viewership, I made like pennies. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, the amount of money I made on Twitch was like nothing. It was like if I had been streaming video games with a fraction of the viewership, I would have made more in ad revenue. So a lot of these e-girls that are streaming in the swimming pool category, they're making like no money because they don't get ad revenue the way that other categories do. But the upside is that it gets a lot more traffic to their other socials. So it's like a give and a take kind of situation. But it's definitely unfair to them though, because Twitch still runs ads. Like when I was in the swimming pool category, ads were still running on my stream. I just wasn't making any money off of them. And I've heard that's pretty consistent throughout most of the e-girls that I'm friends with. Oh my god, also Cartoony, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Wear a bra. Thank you, Cartoony. That's so sweet. Welcome in everybody who just got gifted the sub by Cartoony. Please give them a huge thank you. It was nice playing. Yeah, GG. GG. You would think advertisers want more viewers. Yeah, that's the thing I never understood. Like, isn't the old adage that like sex sells? So why the fuck would advertisers be upset that there's a girl standing in a bikini and then they're advertising like toilet paper or whatever? Like, who cares? I should add the ability to carry survivors like in Fortnite. Like when they go down, you can like pick them up and throw them. I think that would be fun. I guess the thing I've never understood about the whole controversy of like advertising on e-girl streams is that if you're there, like let's say you click on Amaranth and she's in a bikini in her fucking hot tub, right? And you click there because you want to see Amaranth in a bikini in her hot tub. Why the fuck would you care if they're advertising toilet paper? You know what I mean? It's like you're obviously there because you want to see it. So like, what's the problem? Like, why wouldn't advertisers want to be seen next to the content that the people are watching because they want to see it? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. You heard that Amaranth Pool Streams has very hot tea? What do you mean? Also, thank you for the hype train as well. Oh my god. A hype train in Miami? The gossip being spilled. Yeah, Amaranth. People give Amaranth a lot of shit, and I have to say, I think she's actually a very good streamer. I think she understands the marketing and the platform of streaming better than like 99% of streamers. That's why she's so successful. That's why she makes so much money. She does the same thing that a lot of other girls do. She just markets it better, honestly. She also, I'm friends with a handful of e-girls, and some of them can attest that, like, while Amaranth is frequently considered, like, the queen of, like, swimming pool streams, like, she's not the one who started that, actually. She kind of gets credited as, like, the swimming pool girly, but, like, fuck. Am I lagging? It was so awkward. I'm copying her, so why aren't I successful? I was fairly successful. I don't copy her as much as I probably should, honestly. Is my game too loud? Let me turn that down a little bit. Main Dorcas's game? Yes. Why? Why? Okay. I'm so fucking tired of singularities. Like, I need you to understand. I think the singularity is the most bullshit character in the game right now. And nobody's talking about it. But, like, the singularity is fucking awful to play against. I don't know why more people don't discuss this. I literally just want to drop on Hook instantly because this is the whole game. It's like, he's worse than the Skull Merchant. He's always been worse than the Skull Merchant, but people don't talk about it because he's a little bit more complicated. So like, he's not, for a while he wasn't as popular because he takes a little bit of time to learn. But like, he can literally just sit next to me on Hook and camp me without any fucking consequences. Oh, I guess it does let me on Hook eventually. You only play like 3 or 4 killers. I am playing with Dorcas. I quite certainly am. Also, thank you guys for the hype train. Thank you. It was very sweet and kind. Did I queue up with him? Yeah, Dorcas joined my match, yeah. Yeah. Also, Boogie, thank you for the bits. Thank you. Hello. You think Atsudarva is the singularity? That would be wild, because isn't he in, like, Spain? I think there's more than enough, gamers on right now for me to not be going against Atsudarva. You have a crush on him? Atsudarva? He's cute. I think he's really cute. He's also really nice from what I've been told. I don't know him personally. I've raided him a couple times. He was always really nice when I raided him. I know there was a scandal with him recently with his girlfriend, and it seemed like a really shitty situation. I felt bad for him. But like the way he handled it is just like, to me, more than enough proof that it's like he probably is a really nice guy. He handled a weird scandal better than I've seen most people. Even like politicians didn't handle scandals nearly as well as he did. Every brown-haired geek-looking guy. Oh my god, that's not a window. Guess I'm going in the basement. Oh, might be able to crawl away actually. Alex talked about how supportive he is to her. Yeah, he just seems like an overall nice guy. It was something with his girlfriend. It was like, I don't even want to bring it up because he like really didn't want people talking about it, but essentially like his girlfriend had some like sexual assault allegations against her, and he basically said very directly like, we broke up, I didn't know about this, you know, like, and I kind of don't want people talking about it anymore because it's like hurtful to the victims and whatnot, because they didn't really want it. That was my understanding, yeah, from what I saw on Twitter. He addressed it pretty directly. Because she was essentially like, from what I understood, she was essentially like sexually harassing people. I don't know much about her. I think I had saw her a couple times. You can move on. Yeah, I know he really didn't want people talking about it too much, and I think it's kind of by design that a lot of people don't really know about it. But see, that's the thing. Like, the thing about Otz is that it's like he handles those kinds of situations so eloquently. It was like, I felt so bad for him. But it's like, he seems like a nice guy. He could handle me too, please. Tragically, I do believe he is a heterosexual. It is a heterosexual man, I fear. Could you imagine if Otz was gay, though? Oh my god. He would have his pick of the entire DBD community. Like, every DBD twink would be fucking spreading it left and right. Who is Otz? The DBD community is 70% homosexual. Yeah. Wait, what just happened? Where's the other gate? It's over here. Oh, he's not even on there anymore. Did you get home in time? Home in time for what? Why am I unaware? Wait, you don't know? Do you actually not know who Otz is, Tech? Are you serious? You saying that Asmongold is Twitch banned? Yeah, good. Hi, wholesome homies. How are you? My singlet. Oh, is that what you guys call a tank top in Australia? I can never remember. Are you from Australia or New Zealand? Australia, right? Aussie. You call it a singlet? To me, a singlet is like a wrestling thing. Like it goes down between your legs, right? Also, everybody make sure you're following Wholesome Homies, the loveliest, most gorgeous slime tuber on the internet. It's like Otz. Yeah, Otz is probably the most famous DBD streamer of like the entire internet, I would say. I think Otz is like literally like when people think of DBD streamers, they think of Otz first. They're called singlets there? Oh, interesting. Slime tuber? Yeah. Wholesome Homies is a slime tuber. How do you spell it? Otz? Can somebody do a shout out for Otz Darva as well? It's so Tech, don't you play Dead by Daylight? And aren't you also a Is it crazy to me that somebody that streams Dead by Daylight doesn't know who Otz is? There you go, it's Otz Darva. That's so crazy to me. But so how are you, wholesome homies? How have you been? What have you been up to? You don't really though? Oh, do you not stream DBD often? I've definitely seen you stream DBD. Don't you fucking lie to me. I've seen it with my eyeballs. We've played DBD together. And you were streaming at the time. I remember this. I recall this in my brain box. Like 1/30th of streams will be DBD. Oh, okay, that's fair. I guess that's fair, yeah, because I will say, like, I streamed Overwatch for a while, and honestly, I could not tell you a single Overwatch streamer. When people were, like, talking about Overwatch streamers, I had no fucking clue who they were talking about. Hi, Adi, how are you? There's Otz. He's nice. I'm Knuff for you. Oh. Thank you. I know I don't have my tits out today. Why is Hasana B in your Twitch tags? Why not? The same reason Amaranth is in my Twitch tags. Don't you ever just tag other people that aren't you, that are way more famous and have way more viewers than you? I do. You've been good, just tired. I don't remember who, I think it was Cass Cage who told me to tag Hassan. Another streamer was like, you should tag Hassan. I get a lot of viewers from that. I was like, okay. Sure. I'm willing. I'm not afraid. He's queer friendly. Who, Hassan? Yes. Yeah, Hassan's queer friendly. I would actually say he's very staunchly a defender of like the LGBTQ community. Oh, Otz? Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, Otz has always been very queer friendly, at least from what I have experienced. Like, I've rated him a couple times. He didn't like call me the F slur or anything, so it's gotta count for something, right? You've been good, you're just tired. That's so valid. Yesterday I was supposed to stream, but I had gone to an event and I drank like 3 drinks and then I just passed out drunk on my couch, so can relate to the tired. What if you want to be called the F slur? I don't know, go watch like XQC or something. Elix is a non-binary drag queen streamer, and she and Otz are friends. Yeah, Otz is friends with a lot of queer streamers. I think he's also friends with Umbra, who is openly trans. I mean, he's always been really supportive of the queer community. So, I have no reason to say that he's not. Like, I don't watch his stream often, but yeah, like, I mean, I would say that he's very, like, very staunchly an ally from what I've seen. Passing out and not streaming is self-care. Yeah, so I've been doing a podcast with my friend Dorcas, and I've got to say, I feel like I became overwhelmed with the concept of like, essentially like I went to an event and then I would have had to stream and then also film a podcast episode after. So I just fell asleep instead. It was like my body was like boycotting all of the stuff I had to do. You know what I mean? If you're streaming DBD and you're not queer friendly, like what are you even doing? Well, also hi Haslands. I mean, we were literally just talking about another very famous DBD streamer who went down a weirdly religious homophobic rabbit hole recently. Do you know what I'm talking about, Has? Who? Coconuts. I'm not sure what's going on with him. You know who Coconuts is? He's a really famous Huntress player. Like when I think of like DBD streamers who are like good Huntresses, he's like definitely one that comes to mind. Like I would say like Umbra, Coconuts, that one guy that smokes a lot of weed. Ralph, that's his name. Ralph? You think Spooky Hooloops? I mean, I'm talking like, I don't know, like they're like OG kind of like DBD Huntress players. Like they've been streaming just Huntress for like years basically. And like over the years they've played a lot of other stuff too, but like that's kind of what they're famous for. But yeah, Coconuts is one of them, and he recently went on like a weirdly like Christian, like vaguely homophobic rant recently on stream. And how he's like, I guess, like in some sort of like evangelical cult now, so like that's fun. How do you go from hunty to homophobic? Christianity. Getting involved in an evangelical cult. And I saw a couple streamers who were like discussing it, and then I saw a bunch of people like attacking those streamers, and they were like, it's really fucked up for you to be like talking about him like that when he's like clearly mentally ill. And I'm like, I mean, yeah, there's tons of mentally ill people who say problematic shit all the time though. So like, are we just supposed to like ignore it or what? Like, are we not supposed to hold people accountable for being like homophobic just because they're mentally ill? Like, is that not acceptable anymore or what? Like how people defend Kanye, literally. It's like, bitch, I'm mentally ill too, but I don't fucking go around spouting like hateful shit all the time. I don't understand that justification. Also, Doctor on the Moon, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, how are you? It's such a horrible excuse, yeah. It's crazy. Like, people still need to be held accountable for like saying hateful shit. That wasn't even the worst of it. That was just the part that I was kind of watching his VOD. I think the reason people were getting upset with Coconuts was because he was making some sort of like correlation between like Palestine and like the apocalypse or something. Like some sort of like weird like Christian end of times revelation thing about Palestine. That was sort of what I think was the more concerning stuff that people were kind of like, hey, what's going on with him? Is he okay? But it was the Ambien. It was like 8 times. We heal gorgeously. Bitch, I was about to get a fucking skill check. Stop moving! What is wrong with you? My God! Jesus. Okay, great. That's why some, what is Xtians? I don't know what that is. They want the rapture to come super. Oh, Christians? Oh, I've never heard them called Xtians before. Okay, can you fuck off, sir? Let me do my Gen and P's. Ah! Okay, well, fuck me, I guess. I'm gonna die. Ah! What slowed me down there? That was so weird. Am I lagging? I like got slowed by something. Taking the Christ out of Christians. Have I been experiencing a mass wave of rage quits in DVD? No. I've had a couple people DC, but nothing crazy. Nothing unusual. In fact, I'd say it's probably less than usual today from what I've seen. You've only ever heard X for Xmas? Yeah, which I also think is interesting. It's a placeholder for Christ? I've never heard that before. Yeah, so XXX stands for Christ, Christ, Christ. I love that. I'm gonna tell my grandma that the next time I see her. Whenever you see something labeled XXX, it just means it's really Christian. I'm just kidding. Both of my grandmas are dead, so we don't have to worry about that. The Xmas is really used. What is the point of it? Why Xmas? I don't understand. Like, what's the lore? Also, I have to pee. I'll be right back. Good luck, everyone! Get back. I've returned. I brought much water so I can pee more because I'm piss maxing. I'm just kidding. I'm not. I'm just very thirsty. The XXX mess is for Super Christmas. It comes from ancient Rome. X was the symbol for Christ. Oh. I like watching Christ-rated movies. Because X also means cross. Oh. You thought it was for 10? I mean, in Roman numerals, yeah. So is it 10 miss? The X-Men. So is the X-Men about the Christ men? Also, why do they call them the X-Men when there was tons of women as well? Why weren't they the X-people? Is that too woke? The X-persons? Ew, what is this Nia outfit that Dorcas is wearing? That's the 10 men. Oh. The X them. Please. I'm gonna throw up. Not the 10 men. Or sorry, the 10 them. I feel like Twitter is such a wild place. And I need it to I need it to calm down. The purpose of your original content was that some modern Christians are interpreting what is happening in Israel as a prophecy of end times, and if they support the Israel, they think the rapture will come sooner. That's fucking crazy for so many reasons. Reason number one, what's been happening in Israel has been happening for quite literally over 100 years. And honestly, some would say that it's been happening for thousands of years in a lot of ways. But at least the current situation between Palestine and Israel has been going on for over 100 years now. And it's very well documented. So, second, in what world can you read the Bible and like follow Christianity and think that genocide and war are somehow a good thing? Like, I've never understood that like logic. Like, that's quite literally the opposite of everything that Jesus was trying to tell people. Kind of been doing it for 3,000 years. Jesus would be woke as fuck. Yeah, in like the Old Testament, yeah, Ari, but like Christians allegedly followed the teachings of Jesus Christ, which is very antithetical to the Old Testament God. Since when have Christians not been hypocrites? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know, girl. I don't fucking know. Yeah, Jesus would be a socialist. Jesus was also quite literally... I was having this conversation with my friend the other day because she's super Christian, and she kept talking about the border and all this border stuff. And it's like, I know that she's roped into some sort of like conservative TikTok fucking like K-hole, but I was trying to express to her, like, you're Christian, you like Jesus, you do realize that Jesus was like a refugee, right? Like, you understand that like Jesus had to flee countries, most likely illegally. Like multiple times that happened. He literally like fled to Egypt when he was a child. The border, yeah, the US border, the US-Mexico border. It's one of the big talking points of this election, which I have so many thoughts about because it's one of those things where it's like, is it a problem? Yeah. But is it the main problem in America? I think that's debatable. But I think the conservatives like to focus on it because it's a way for them to engage in the racism that they've been very successful campaigning on. Did you think you fell out of a coconut tree? Exactly, yeah. Like, the Mexican border and trans people, that's literally the things they like to talk about. When it's like, these are both, like, I will admit, the border is a real issue, but it's always been an issue. The US's immigration system has been a problem for, I mean, as long as I've been alive, it's been a conversation. But the answer is not mass deportations. Like, it's a very complicated problem that has to have a complicated solution. Eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. Did she see me? Oh, hey girl. I guess she did see me. Oh, fuck off. Why do we keep getting hit on the other side of these windows? It's so annoying. It's like the 5th time that's happened to me today. Canada's closing their borders, as they should. I wouldn't want fucking Americans coming into my country. I completely understand. Just everyone? Who else is there? Wait, what do you mean? Americans literally spread disease. Well, yes. It's kind of what we're famous for. Foreign workers. Oh, I see what you mean. I thought you meant like the literal border. Because of course that's the big conversation in America. Americans don't give a fuck about the French or the Canadians or the... I mean, even Donald Trump himself said that like Scandinavian immigrants would be fine. They care about people who come from South America. That's literally all they care about. It's the racism. Like, that's what it always comes down to in America, unfortunately. They love to clap at concerts and conveniently spread it at concerts. Not conveniently spreading it. So it's fine to have a white name. I mean... Elon Musk is... I think he's a citizen. Actually, is he a citizen? Who's a famous white criminal in America? Anna Delvey? Remember Anna Delvey? She's a famous white criminal in America who's not from America originally. She's still here. I don't see her ass getting deported. Anna Delvey, she very famously like conned a bunch of people and stole like millions of dollars. Is she on Dancing with the Stars? I don't know. She's famous for being a criminal. She is a famous white woman criminal. And now she's on Dancing with the Stars. Yeah, I guess she is. Ah! No fucking scream! Let me do my Jen! There we go. America should love criminals. Yeah. We sure do. Like 47% of Americans are trying to elect a criminal to be the next president. So, what does that tell you? She just camping? What's going on here? It's what you do best between criminals and serial killers and cults. Yeah. It's very American stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I just find it really frustrating. I'm tired of hearing about the border. I really am. And it's like, I think the most frustrating part is that it's like, the same people that are complaining about it the most are the same people who have been voting against all of the legislation that could help fix the border problems. So, it's like, in America, the classic Republican strategy is create problems and then complain about those problems and blame those problems on Democrats. Like, that's literally what the Republicans have done for, I don't know, ever since I've been alive. Ever since I've paid attention to politics. It's like, that's their whole strategy. Yeah, they voted against literally the same politicians who voted against hurricane relief are on Twitter complaining that Joe Biden isn't doing enough for hurricane relief. When, like, I mean, the Biden administration is quite literally the only part of the government that's doing anything for hurricane relief. Because the fucking House of Representatives isn't doing shit. Why does everyone love Brie Van de Kamp? What the fuck is that? Is that a type of cheese? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I was not expecting the instant pickup, or I would have gone under the fucking pallet sooner. Also, why did I land so far on the other side of the pallet? Like, this is the thing that's driving me crazy about these hits. I'm like, somebody's hitting me, and then my character model is like 5 feet ahead of where it looked like they hit me. Yet the hits are still connecting somehow. It's a ginger in Desperate Housewives. Wait, why were we talking about Desperate Housewives? What are we talking about? I didn't understand. Republicans? Oh, is she a Republican? I've only seen a couple of episodes of Desperate Housewives. I didn't really get into it. Honestly. To me, Desperate Housewives, it always felt like the kind of show that, like, would have been better if it was on, like, HBO or something. Like, if they had really committed to making it, like, an adult show, I think it would have been a lot better. Republicans, MTG, Magic the Gathering. You only watch funny compilations? Of Republicans or Desperate Housewives? Or both. Honestly, same. I wonder what other countries think. People from other countries. Anyone in chat who is not American. One, do you know who Marjorie Taylor Greene is? And two, what do you think about the fact that that is a US politician? I have to know. I really have to know. No and what? Yes and ew. You don't know who Marjorie Taylor Greene is? Hold on, Frisk. Let me find you a
All right, we're gonna pivot over
Let me find you a clip here.
to Capitol Hill now. Two Republican-led House committees voted to move forward with resolutions to hold Attorney General tests.
Do you know what we're here for? You know we're here about AG.
I need you to understand, if you are not an American, this is a House of Representatives hearing. This woman behind me here, this is Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's a Republican House Representative from Georgia. And I believe this is her, right? This is Jasmine Crockett, who is a House Representative from Texas. So these are politicians. These are American politicians having a conversation.
You know what you're here for.
Well, you the one talking about.
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up.
No, ain't nothing.
Hold on.
Listen.
And I would like to move to take down Ms. Green's words. That is absolutely unacceptable. How dare you attack the physical appearance of another person?
Are your feelings hurt?
Her words down.
Aw.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Oh, really?
Don't even
That's AOC,
play.
yeah.
Baby girl? I don't think
We are gonna move and we're gonna take your words down.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling, if someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
Calm down.
No,
Please calm
don't
down.
tell me to calm down,
Calm down.
because y'all
Please
talk
calm
noise
down.
and then you
You're
can't
out of
take
control.
Because if I
Look,
come,
Chairman,
if I
can
come
we
and
send
talk
out- take a
about
break
her,
for 5
y'all
minutes?
gonna have a problem.
Well, Scott McFarlane is.
What's a butch body? I mean, look at the material. Anyway, that is a official meeting of U.S. House Representatives. So that's what American politics are like lately. Now, I will say, I completely support Jasmine Crockett going off on these people, because that's what the Republicans have done for years. For years, there's been this mentality of like, when they go low, we go high, and it's like the Democrats refuse to engage in those types of situations. They usually just go, Marjorie Taylor Greene's crazy. But I am so happy. Black women have the power to clap back. I mean, AOC also has always been very aggressive and clapped back when they're behaving. That was AOC who was the one who was very staunchly requesting that her words be moved down, which essentially, they were essentially trying to have Marjorie Taylor Greene's words removed from the transcript because they were inflammatory. And it's very much against the rules in the House of Representatives to like talk shit about somebody's appearance. You can't come into a House meeting and be like, I don't believe, like, we shouldn't listen to Mitch McConnell because he's a freak. Like, you can't say that. But that's very much how Marjorie Taylor Greene behaves, even though it's against the rules. Do you think Republicans put up incompetent women to make women look bad at being politicians? Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert. In a way, yes. I think it's a lot more simple than that. It's just, I think a lot of times Republicans like the idea of a woman that isn't like a strong leader type. They just defer to like the men. So even in their politicians, they want these sort of like trad wife type of women who are sort of like the idealized like Republican version of a woman with like no real agency of their own, etc. So yeah, no, I do think that's why. And also like, there's that one, I think she's a senator, Marsha or whatever the fuck her name is. I think she's a Florida senator who a lot of people have been talking shit about lately. Marsha Blackburn or something, I don't know. There's so many politicians. You can't keep them all straight. It's just not possible. There's too many. Unless you quite literally just like inhale politics like day by day. In France, we ship our politics together. Isn't she the one that voted against the right to abortion and people called her pick-me? A lot of pretty much every Republican woman has been voting against the right to abortion, I would say. That's pretty common. Is that her name, Marsha Blackburn? Did I get it right? Happy birthday, Pumpkin! Happy birthday. They're trying to make AOC look crazy, but she's quite intelligent. Well, yes. They try to make Kamala Harris look crazy, but it doesn't stick because you can just listen to her speak for, I don't know, 5 minutes, and you can tell that she's a very sane, logical person. I mean, she did that interview on Fox, which I didn't watch it, but I saw a lot of people I saw people posting clips and I saw a lot of people talking about it. And it sounds like she did a great job with the interview, but the spin that Fox is already trying to do is that she's like essentially like an angry black woman, essentially. which is complete bullshit because she kept such a calm and composure the entire time anyway. There at no point did she seem angry at all. But because she wouldn't just sit there and let them fucking treat her like an idiot, and she actually like hit back on a lot of the topics that they were quite literally lying about, she's suddenly angry. He's really struggling. Ooh! Sir, do you have a license to wield that tail? There we go. Oh shit. Yeah. Why hasn't AOC run for president? To be the president in the United States, you have to be quite center on a lot of topics. So politicians like AOC will always struggle in those kinds of elections because while AOC does great in New York because New York is an extremely progressive and liberal city, she would probably struggle in a lot of other like bigger, more like nationwide kind of elections. Like her sort of like unapologetic support of like queer people and trans people and all that kind of stuff, that's extremely controversial in large parts of the country. Oh yeah, that's true. She also just turned 35, so she literally can't even run for president until like next election cycle would be her first that she'd be able to, but I don't think she'd have the support, honestly. She'd have to change her political policies very dramatically to have the type of mainstream support to actually get a presidential nomination. I think it's one of the things that a lot of people don't understand about like presidential nominations as well. Like just even with this election, people constantly are talking about how they won't vote for Kamala Harris because of this or that or whatever for these very like specific issues. And while I definitely understand the criticism, you have to understand that in a presidential election, you're never going to agree 100% with the candidate's views. Like, there's no person that is truly that, like, centrist on, like, every single thing. You just kind of have to pick the option that, like, veers closer towards your beliefs. Like, there's no such thing as, like, a perfect president. You know what I mean? Somebody gonna go get that girl? I do the bones gorgeously. I touch the dull bones, a very important job, I know. Female Democrat politicians are always called crazy by Republicans, but Republicans don't really defend female politicians. Republicans don't defend them? Oh, yeah. Of course they don't. I think a lot of times, the only reason, like, female Republican politicians even get selected for anything is just because the Republican Party knows that like more than half of the country's demographic is women. So they have to appeal to the female vote in some way. I don't think they necessarily want to be electing women to do much of anything, to be completely honest. The Republicans don't, at least. People don't exist in a vacuum. We're all complex creatures, yada, yada, yada. I don't care about nuance, Adam. Tell me where to point my pitchfork and let's burn his bitches, literally. That's the thing, though. That's what most people want. Most people want, like, black and white answers to everything. And the reality of, like, being a presidential candidate is that your platform has to be so broad and has to talk about so many different issues that you're always going to have disagreements with the presidential candidate about something. And I certainly don't agree with all of Kamala Harris's policies, but I do think overall she has a lot of really good policies. And I do think that if she can even pass like a fraction of the legislature that she once passed, the country will be a better place. It'll help the economy a lot, amongst other things. Oh no, but that's my friend. But that's my friend. I'm just kidding, I don't know this bitch. Who do I endorse? I would endorse Kamala Harris. I would. Like, I remember Chapel Rowan just did this whole thing where she was like, I could never endorse her because I don't believe in her policies 100%. And I don't think you have to. I honestly don't think you have to believe in a politician's policies 100% to endorse them. Like, I firmly do not believe in her stance on what's going on in Israel and Palestine. I think it's a continuation of a very long and problematic history that the US has of ignoring Israel's like quite literal genocide that they've been doing for like hundreds of years. So I don't agree with that, but I would still endorse her. I mean, my other option is Donald Trump. So it seems like a pretty easy choice for me. David Duke's endorsement of Jill Stein. Yeah, wasn't he like a Klan member or something? Like a Nazi or something? Endorsing Jill Stein. Both Harris and Trump's campaign ads say the same thing. The other candidate will raise taxes on the middle class. Our candidate will lower middle class taxes. The majority of people only care about I want lower taxes. So Kamala Harris's economic plan, it only involves raising the taxes of people who make more than $400,000 a year. So any ads that are saying that she is raising taxes on the middle class is just incorrect. It's a part of her plan from the start was always, if you're making more than $400,000, you will be taxed more. That's the whole plan, essentially. That's her plan to pay for all of her other plans. Donald Trump's plan is tariffs. Now, tariffs are a tax that will disproportionately affect working class people because it's going to increase inflation. It's going to raise the cost of everyday shit that we all have to buy. So yeah, Donald Trump's plan, it will raise taxes for everyone except really rich people, essentially, who aren't really going to be as concerned about, like, how much this banana costs. You know what I mean? Every single morning you see the same Trump ad. It says, Kamala wants to tax the middle class. We want to lower the middle class taxes. That's just a lie. I mean, that's just not true. And literally all you have to do is just look at Kamala Harris's policies, which they're right there. Like, it's like people act like she hasn't talked about her policies constantly. You can go on her website and it's all listed out. How much could a banana cost? Coconut trees over overbaked Cheeto, yeah. Well, yes. Sales and consumer tax works in countries where the middle and the upper class isn't big enough to support the system. We also have income tax. Yeah, so we have sales tax and we have income tax as well in the US. There's a couple states that don't. I think Florida doesn't have income tax, and I think Delaware doesn't have sales tax, if I'm not mistaken. There's probably other states where it's like lower and higher in different categories. I live in the state of New York, which has a lot of taxes. It's very expensive from a tax perspective to live in New York. But at the same time, there's a lot of great things about New York. So it's like, I don't really mind paying higher taxes to live in a place where the quality of life is better. And that's sort of the trade-off, right? It's like, that's what people don't understand. It's like, sure, your taxes are higher, but like the quality of life in New York is just better than a lot of these other states that have like low taxes. Like fucking Oklahoma, and like Texas and shit. Like, I think I just saw, it was a survey of like the worst states to live in, and all top 10 of the worst states to live in were all red states. They just have a much lower quality of life in red states. You prefer sales and consumer tax because everyone pays into the pot, but I despise when essential goods and services get taxed. Yeah, I personally believe that sales tax should be a little bit more discerning. And I saw there was a state recently, I don't remember which state it was, where they banned sales tax on like women's menstrual products. And I thought that was actually a really good choice. And it's like things like that where it's like, if you have to buy this product to live, it's a little fucked that it gets like so aggressively taxed by the state and the government, etc. But also that's how the government makes a lot of its money, so I don't fucking know. Majority of people only really care about how much I'm getting taxed. Plus, so many people are against socialism. They'd make higher taxes. I don't think that's why so many people are against socialism, to be honest. I think the reason people are against socialism is because as a country, we have been conditioned to think that socialism is evil. Like, socialism is this, like, big, scary monster that's gonna fucking get ya. When, in reality, socialism is it's a theoretical concept of a government, of an economy. It's not something that the US has ever had. It's not something that we'll ever have, honestly. Like, the US is capitalist, like, through and through. People don't care about the big picture. Well, I think a lot of people just aren't necessarily educated enough to see the big picture. Sometimes I think it's education. Sometimes I think it's just anxiety. I think some people get really stressed out when they even think about politics, so they can't fathom like looking past like what's right in front of their faces. You don't think any economic system's superior to another? Well, they all have their own flaws. I mean, I feel like the demonization of socialism, it goes hand in hand with the sort of, I guess, like, there's this weird, like, obsession with capitalism that we have in America, where capitalism is viewed as this, like, incredible economy system that's good for everyone. And it's like, the capitalism we have in America is quite literally designed to squeeze every bit of money and work and effort out of the poor and make sure it funnels up to the richest people in the society. Like, that's quite literally what our current version of capitalism does. So acting like that's in some way like this perfect, brilliant economic strategy is really just kind of naive. It goes hand in hand with the idea of like the American dream. But like anyone who lives in America knows that it's like climbing that sort of economic gap is virtually impossible. Also, hi, Genuine Gamer. How are you? Are we discussing nuance again? Yeah, we've been discussing politics and the economy. It comes with its flaws for sure, but it breeds innovation, in my opinion. I think that any form of any of the major sort of like forms of economy could breed innovation if they were handled correctly. There's a lot of evidence that like some past socialist, more socialist like concepts have actually bred a lot of innovation as well. The problem with socialism in the past, though, is that it always was like crushed by fascism. Like if you look at Vienna, right before Nazi Germany, Vienna was like a great place to live. They had a lot of great things going for them. They were developing a lot of new and interesting ideas about medicine and mental health and stuff. Unfortunately, it was just so vulnerable to, you know, fascism coming in and kind of taking everything over that it sort of crushed out the good things about socialism. And I'm not saying that socialism is inherently good. I don't think any of these systems are inherently good. I think that they're yeah, exactly. They're abstract concepts of an economy. And they can be good and they can be bad. I think the problem in America is that we really act like capitalism is like the best thing ever and socialism is like pure evil when they all have their pros and their cons. Oh, hi. He really was not expecting to see me there. I wasn't expecting him either. Sir? Ow. Take his personal views on anything with a grain of salt, but with Tesla, Ford, and GM, other auto manufacturers wouldn't embrace EVs. Elon building infrastructure and EVs across the nation. I think the problem with giving Elon credit for anything is that he notoriously is not very good at running companies. And he's especially gone off the deep end in his most recent years. I personally believe it has a lot to do with his drug problems. From what I've understood about what's going on with Elon Musk, he's really into, especially psychedelic drugs, but I think it's kind of, it seems like it's kind of gone off the rails a bit recently, allegedly. But I will say, if you look at Elon Musk's like history of the way he's kind of come into companies and sort of ravaged them, I would not consider him like an innovator or a particularly good businessman, personally. Capitalism does not bring innovation. It breeds following trends and copying. Look at video games. All knockoffs, yeah, I wouldn't really give capitalism credit for breeding innovation, honestly. I mean, there's been tons of innovation under many different forms of economies. He's an innovator. He just buys up IP and company. Yeah, literally. Like, Elon Musk's track record of buying up already successful companies and then doing a bunch of crazy shit with them. I mean, just look at Twitter. He quite literally bought Twitter and then destroyed it. Why does it sound like he's inside of me when he's not even over here? What is happening right now? This does not happen without Musk, though, without Tesla's success. Big three auto manufacturers and legacy auto. I mean, I have a Chevrolet Volt, so I'm not sure what you're getting at. Other car companies make electric vehicles. And I'm gonna be honest, from what I've heard about Teslas, it sounds like they kind of suck. And I have a 2012 Chevrolet Volt, and I've literally, like, it's perfectly fine. This car's like 12 years old, and it works great. I've never had any issues with it. So, I don't know. I think people give Tesla way too much credit, honestly. Just over resisting EVs. I see an ad every day. That has more to do with the oil companies, though. Like, that's not necessarily that the car companies don't want to make EVs. It's the oil companies don't want cars to go full electric. Oh, this is getting a little sticky. Well, I guess he's dead, so I can kind of just... I guess I can just kind of just fuck off then. Also, I don't know who Alyssa Slotkins is. Who the fuck is that? Most car manufacturer shareholders hold stock in oil. That makes sense. But I guess I'm hesitant to give Elon Musk credit for anything, honestly. Because he's just such a messy bitch. And I honestly don't think that Elon Musk's main driver is making money. Maybe that's naive of me. Also, Justy, thank you for the follow. But I mean, if you just look at what he did with Twitter, he bought a company and then ran it into the ground. And a lot of people are saying it was quite literally to help Donald Trump win the election, like that was his plan from the start. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think he bought Twitter because he wanted to seem cool. And he wanted to, like, wave his fucking big dick of money around. And then he got, like, butthurt when everybody hated what he did with Twitter. He wants power and control, yeah. For sure. He bought Twitter to get Trump unbanned. I don't know if that was his initial plan, to be honest. I think now that's basically how he runs Twitter. He essentially runs Twitter as, like, Donald Trump's personal fucking propaganda machine. But you keep it just to get the posts and more right-leaning. I mean, I use Twitter all the time, and there's tons of left-leaning people on there still, for sure. I started using it because I'm a Twitch streamer, and it's just, I mean, that's... Twitter is Twitch streamers and spicy content creators, and my socials are pinned. So that's why I ended up starting to use Twitter. But I do use it for political stuff too, just to like see what's going on in the world. And there's tons of like more liberal people on there as well. It's not nearly as much. You also have to remember though that a lot of the accounts have been proven to be fake. So under Elon Musk's Twitter, like bots and propaganda and whatnot has kind of run rampant, and that's quite literally by design. So it's hard to like trust what you're seeing on Twitter because, I mean, there have been multiple investigations proving that a lot of these people who are like, I'm a woman and I love Donald Trump, like a lot of them are just fake accounts. But Elon and Trump are cool. No, they are not. No, I think Elon Musk and Trump desperately want to be cool, but time and time again, they've proven that they are not in the slightest bit cool. I would say that their desperate desire to be cool is very cringe, though. He has cool ideas. I mean, I disagree, but maybe this is the straight people thing. I do not. Straight men do tend to think that Elon Musk is cool. Trump was cool in Home Alone. I don't know about that. You report and block the bot accounts. I don't think it really matters, though. His cringy nerd ideas. CEOs should take tax cuts because they're the biggest waste of money. Wow. Trump helped Kevin in the lobby. He was a kinder billionaire back then. Wasn't Home Alone produced around the time that Trump was refusing to rent his properties to black people? Because I'm going to say no. I'm going to say Donald Trump has always been a piece of shit. I think people just didn't care as much that he was a piece of shit back then because it didn't affect them personally. But now that he's desperate to be the president, it affects all of us. And he's a known piece of shit. That was his dad's idea, please. Yeah, Ari's also correct, is that Elon Musk is famous for stealing other people's ideas. So just because you think something was his idea and he like talks publicly about it constantly, it doesn't mean that it's actually his idea. It's well documented that he steals ideas from people much more clever and intelligent than him, and then he quite literally sues them so they have no rights to their own ideas. That's essentially what happened with Tesla. Pitching the most recent Starship-like chopsticks was his idea. What? What does that mean? Like Nicki Minaj? Starships were meant to fly? Did Elon Musk write Starships by Nicki Minaj? Comment below. Elon Musk is cool to guys who complain that women don't want them. Literally, though. He's like an incel icon. That's kind of the only people that care about him, I feel like. Trump is a Nepo baby. Yeah, Elon Musk is also a Nepo baby. Not only is Elon Musk a Nepo baby, but he's a Nepo baby who benefited from apartheid, which is like one of the most evil systems of fucking oppression that has ever been thought of. So there's really no defending Elon Musk. He's also notoriously transphobic. He doesn't see his own children. He doesn't think his own children should have rights. Like, he's a shitty person. Like, period. I don't understand anybody trying to defend Elon Musk in 2024. Apartheid is evil to a degree not seen before. Yeah, you live in South Africa, Ari, so you know. You understand where Elon Musk comes from. You don't want women, though. Then I don't understand what you see in Elon Musk, then. That business is cutthroat. I do think, I'm not going to lie to you, that Elon Musk is going to face serious consequences after this election is over, if Donald Trump doesn't win. If Kamala Harris becomes the president, I mean, he said himself that if Donald Trump doesn't win, he's probably going to prison. And I do think that's correct. I mean, he'll probably get deported, honestly. That's like the more likely situation. But there's no positive future for him in America if Kamala Harris wins the presidency. There's a lot of evidence that what he's been doing with Twitter and sort of using Twitter to service Donald Trump is very illegal. And I think the only reason that nobody's really taking any action on it at the moment is because it's easier for them to be like, oh, they're using the legal system against us and like all that shit that Donald Trump already likes to claim. I'm assuming that's the only reason they haven't done anything about it yet, because there's been a lot of proof that Elon Musk is essentially funding Donald Trump in a lot of ways. Oh, hello. Yeah, people love to defend cutthroat business tactics, and it's like, one, business doesn't have to be cutthroat and fucking evil and shit. It just doesn't have to. Especially when you're a billionaire, right? It's like, when you have more money than anyone could ever need in a single lifetime to live comfortably and happy, there's no reason for you to behave in a way that just oppresses other people, I guess just for your own amusement, so you can, like, have the high score. Like, it's completely illogical, and I would say, like, morally bankrupt and unethical. Ooh. But then also, on top of that, it's just like, a lot of what Elon Musk is doing is illegal. It's like, he's literally, like, committing crimes at this point. Which tends to be what happens, if you notice to the type of people that hang out with Donald Trump, it's a common denominator, is that they're all pretty much willing to commit crimes for him. And that's why so many of his former acquaintances and, you know, lawyers, etc., are all in prison now. Like, these aren't good people. If this is what good business practices look like, then the system's fundamentally broken. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was also going to say Asperger's is a term that we don't really use anymore. So if you're not familiar, Dr. Asperger, who that term was named after, was essentially famous for identifying what types of autism could still be, like, what he deemed useful in Nazi Germany. So he was one of the first doctors to start basically sending children to death camps because they had what he considered like low functioning autism. and he didn't think they'd be useful in their idyllic Nazi society. So that's why we don't say Asperger's anymore, because it's named after a literal Nazi eugenicist who would send children to death camps. So, if you didn't know that. Yeah, it was quite literally, he was like the epitome of like eugenics. You live in a pink world where everyone is kind and awesome, and I struggle to understand people sometimes. Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to just misinformation and lack of education, honestly. And I don't mean that in a inflammatory way, but I think especially in the United States, we're constantly under siege with like Russian propaganda all the time. There's so much of our media is tainted by like fascist propaganda. Well, Genuine, you understand how that term is used to like identify which people are more like worthy of living, right? Like that's literally what you're saying. That's kind of the whole point of the distinguishing. That's why we don't say it anymore. It's like the epitome of like ableism. I feel like, I mean, it really comes down to like, unfortunately, there's so many people in the world that don't understand that, like, everyone has intrinsic value. Like, you being alive is like enough. You know what I mean? It's like you are a person and you exist, and like that is enough to give you value. But unfortunately, we lived in this like warped capitalist hellscape where it's like people only see people for what they can do for them or what they can do for society or whatever the fuck, which is just not, I mean, it's like extremely problematic. It also diminishes life down to like how much money can you make me and shit like that, which is crazy because in the end we're all gonna fucking die. It doesn't matter how much fucking money you have. You're being autistic, it makes you want to peel your skin off your face. Oh. Wait, being autistic makes you want to peel the skin off your face? Why? Like sensory overload, you mean? Why not? It just sounds painful, but I mean, get your life. If that's who you are, if that's who you want to be. Faceless diva. I remember there was this cabaret song I heard a long time ago. I think I get what you mean, but here is the catch though. If someone prefers a term being used for them and describe them, termed by others, what should happen? About the term is origin, what should happen? Why does it look like Ash doesn't have a face? It's like all of his facial features are gone. His idea to get human life multiplanetary is kind of neat. Well, yeah, I think that space travel is important, but he's not the first person to come up with that idea. Like, I feel like you're giving him a lot of credit. People were trying to get to other planets long before Elon Musk was even born. You'd rather use the terminology of manic, depressive, ADHD, hyperactive, rather than just autistic or on the spectrum. Wait, what? Those are all different things, though. What are you talking about? Also, I don't think people use the term manic depressive either. Your psychologist told you to stop seeking answers and just feel. Name one person who's put the amount of R&D bucks that he has into multiplanetary life. That's just beside the point. That's completely beside the point. You said you liked his idea, implying that it was his idea. What we've been saying all along is that Elon Musk has a habit of claiming something that is his idea by like buying it or like paying for it. He's just a dude with a lot of money. And also, he's notoriously flopping. Like, that's the other thing, is that it's like in the past couple years, everything he's done has been a flop. I mean, the other day when he unveiled all of his like robots and shit, Tesla stock dropped like $60 million. You don't think those have anything to do with autism? Yeah, those are different things. Yeah, the other conversation about like multiplanetary life and all that shit is that the other side of the coin is that we should be doing a lot more to preserve Earth life, because we know that we can live on Earth as long as the Earth like stays livable. So it would be great if more people would focus on that than like leaving the Earth. Like, I think that's a great like side quest that we should probably think about in the future, but I would say like first and foremost, we should probably prioritize like continuing to be able to live on Earth. Plenty of people have the idea, but nobody has made action, is all I'm saying. Yeah, and all I'm saying is that it hasn't really gone anywhere. I mean, he's not making much progress, despite how much money he's like throwing at the problem. I mean, didn't he say we would be on Mars by now? Wasn't that like one of his like claims originally? I saw this person do an entire breakdown on how Elon Musk has tricked people into thinking he's a genius by making a bunch of claims that he's never actually made any like real progress on, essentially. I don't remember all the specifics, but I remember that was one of them, was that he quite literally claimed that we would be like on Mars by, I don't know, 2020 or something, and here we are. He's still on me? Oh, yeah, that's okay. Climate activists have already stated that we're past the point of sustaining life on the planet. I think that that's really reductive. Because I think there's actually a lot of things we could still do to sustain life on the planet, especially if we focused more technological advances on that specific topic. Like, who knows what we could come up with, you know what I mean? If we were more focused on that than, like, trying to get to Mars. Also, let me see, when did Elon Musk say we will go to Mars? Elon Musk said SpaceX could land on Mars without a crew in 2022 and then land with people in 2024. So no, you are incorrect. You are incorrect. He had plans to land on Mars with the crew this year. So, I mean, I guess he's still got 2 months. I guess anything's possible. But Mars, the climate's in much better shape. When gays activate their brain cells in debate. I don't think Genuine is gay. I'm pretty sure. Genuine, you're straight, right? You're a heterosexual. It takes like 4 years to get to Mars. Oh, rip. Well, he tried at least. You've been shipping. Watch out for those tariffs. You think she'd be upset if you were gay? Well, happens to the best of us, honestly. Honestly. I recently found out that my therapist was once married to a gay man. And I didn't bring it up, but I was like, how does that make you feel about me, though? The term was invented as a term of superiority over autistic people. Yes. That's correct. One of your wife's best friend's former husband. Wife's best friend's former husband is trans. Fucked him for wasting. Well, yeah, I mean, that's honestly, I would say that's pretty standard for a lot of people who end up in relationships, but it's just like anything, right? It's like, I think a lot of times, oh, hello. I think a lot of times the signs are all there. What type of shampoo do I use? I'm gonna be honest, I just use like a bar of soap because I'm a freak. And I think that's one of the things that's so sad about the way we treat trans issues and whatnot, is that people like to try to pretend it doesn't exist and then like then those same people are upset when they end up married to a queer person and then they realize their entire relationship was a sham. So it's like, if we just had more open acceptance about sexual orientation and gender, then she speaks Klingon? What does that mean? So are we boycotting DL Man? I would not fuck a DL Man. I will say earlier in the stream we were talking about men I would sign an NDA for, but that's different because I think if you're a famous A-list actor like Joe Manganiello and you just happen to be gay, but you're afraid of losing career opportunities, it's a little different. Maybe that's hypocritical. Fine, I'll boycott DL Men except for Joe Manganiello. Like from Star Trek? I don't understand the reference. What does that have to do with being trans? Are Klingons trans in Star Trek? It's not my place to correct. It's not your place to correct. Wait, what? When it comes to the term Asperger's, I learned about that actually when I read, there's this book I read called Doppelganger by Naomi Klein. It's a really good book, and it's not specifically about autism, but she talks about it a lot in the book because her son's autistic. And hey, do you like me? Can we be friends? Okay. There's always signs. Jim saying could possibly be learning a fictional space show language as a sign. Oh, I see. I mean, I don't know about that. Maybe. I just remember so I was talking to my therapist about the fact that she married a gay man. And she kind of said the same thing, was that essentially, like, she remembers having a dream on her wedding day about all the information that was being, like, hidden from her and all the conversations she would have with people. And it was like, she knew that her husband was gay without knowing it, basically. And I think a lot of people are kind of in that boat. Like, I think you always kind of know when somebody is a little fruity. Especially if you spend a lot of time with them. If you're, like, married to them. But if it's a lavender marriage, well, that's different. I mean, if you have to get married in a straight way because of, you know, heteronormative societal standards, that's a different situation. And I can definitely understand that to a degree. I'm wondering what the hell was chasing me because you couldn't see Chucky. Oh, he's just a little guy. Can we still get married? Sure. It's a reclaimed slur. You encourage them not to use it publicly. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't think of Asperger's as a slur as much as it's just an outdated medical term, right? Which is normal, right? It's just like you were talking about with manic depressive disorder. It's an outdated medical term. Multiple personality disorder is an outdated medical term. It's just because for various reasons, we've decided not to use those terms anymore because they're misleading or have problematic origins. Like, it's not like calling someone a slur. I don't think if you call somebody manic depressive, they're gonna be like, How dare you? It's just not a correct term. But I will say Asperger's specifically has a very dark origin, considering Dr. Asperger's was literally a Nazi who would send children to their death because of their autism. So that's why we don't use that term anymore. It's more of just a like respect thing. I mean, in a lot of ways, it was determined. Asperger's was invented to determine who lived and who died, quite literally. So, I think it's a lot. It's a lot worse in some ways. Is the awe in Knuff like? It's Knuff, like enough. It's just it's enough with a K in front of it. I am Knuff. You'll find. I feel like I missed something. What did you say? Think of what you just suggested I do and say it to a person with autism. You understand what that reads like. At what point do you turn to yourself and ask, at what point did I make myself the harbinger of truth, the speaker of good? I think educating people on the history, like the etymology of a word, it can be done gracefully. I mean, if somebody who has been diagnosed with Asperger's wants to continue to use that term, I guess that's kind of their own business, but they should know that it's a eugenics term. It's basically, it's sort of like, was used to decide who got to live. Like, I don't know if I can stress that enough. So basically, like, what Dr. Asperger's did was he would say, this child has Asperger's, so they will function in our Nazi society. This child has low functioning autism, so we're going to send them to death. Like, that's literally what he did. So I think that's kind of the reason we don't use it anymore. So I think that people should be aware of that if they are using that term. Oh, Gigi, or were you the killer? Gigi Chucky, if you were the Chucky, thank you for letting me live. That was very sweet. Thank you. Thank you for the follow as well. It feels like the American way of thinking about term usage. I mean, it's just the etymology of the word. There's nothing American about it. If anything, it's a very German? I look up where he was originally from. Austrian. If anything, it's an Austrian word origin. You always let the TV viewers go, oh, that's so sweet. I guess that's true. No, he was from Austria. That's right. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think that anyone should be like necessarily policing what other people are saying, but I do think that, especially if the person in question has autism, they might want to know. They might want to know that if they don't already. Since when was the historic etymology? I mean, typically when it's a word that involves like, you know, I guess like Nazis and like eugenics, people like to know. It's also kind of an ableist term. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Ari, I can't tell if you understand what I'm saying. Because your rebuttals to this are really confusing. You understand that Asperger's was used to determine who were, like, the good autistic people, right? Like, you understand that? That's, like, the origin of it. That's sort of why we don't use it anymore. Like, I feel like I'm like talking in circles. Like Austin is a good gay, please. Not the good gay. You understand what you're saying? I'm not denying it's ableist. The issue comes in that we pick and choose which is a bad word, which isn't, which is confusing. We have other reclaimed words that's still not horde, countries, and etymologies. So it's confusing. I mean, Asperger's is quite literally like a name, though. I think that's really the main issue. You know what I mean? It would be like if a doctor diagnosed you with like Hitlerism. Like, would you like that? Like, if you went to your doctor and they were like, oh my god, you have a terrible case of Hitler. I don't think you'd want to be called that, but I don't know. I mean, you get your life. It's a little different from, like, calling somebody, like, a word with just, like, a questionable etymology. We live, we learn, we grow, yeah. It's also, I believe it's quite literally an outdated medical term. Like, I don't think that it's used anymore, to my understanding. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure doctors stopped using it, I thought. You have my vest. Remember you are enough. My daughter and I have matching ones. Oh, that's so sweet. So hi, Wilton. Welcome in. Not used in medical terminology today because of public opinion. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, that's how a lot of terms fall out of use. That's also how a lot of terms come into use. I'm not understanding. How is that different from like every other word? What's the sexiest name? Gertrude. That's the one. August? Raoul? That's a sexy name. You're not wrong. I'm trying to think, what's the sexiest name to me? I think Vince is kind of hot. There's something really, like, fuckboyish about the name Vince. Like, Vince seems like the kind of guy who could, like, fix my car, and then he might call me a slur, but he's still hot. You know what I mean? Craig. The guy I have a crush on goes by Vinny. That makes sense. I can't roll R's, sorry. Using the term is akin to glorifying his achievements, even though the Christian murder. Oh, yeah. Alright, well, this really went off the rails. The A slur. I'm laughing at your name. What's your name, Gertrude? Oh, wait, is your name Craig? I've only ever known one man named Craig, and he was a manager at the insurance company I used to work at. He was cute. He wasn't, like, wildly attractive. I guess I don't have a lot of experience with Craigs. Same reason Hitler's tomb is unmarked and covered by a parking lot. I saw a conspiracy theory online recently that said that, you started learning Spanish almost a year ago and you can finally roll your R's. I cannot do it. I'm sorry. I saw this conspiracy theory. So do you guys know how Donald Trump's wife, Ivana, is like buried on a golf course in an unmarked grave? Do you guys know about this? I saw a conspiracy theory. You don't? Okay, well, allegedly, Donald Trump's wife, Ivana, ex-wife, I guess, is buried on one of his golf courses in an unmarked grave. And there's a conspiracy theory because of the timing and of everything. And because of the fact that she was cremated. Because she was cremated, allegedly. She was allegedly also cremated. She was cremated and buried on a golf course. And people are theorizing that the casket has all of the documents that Donald Trump stole from the White House. Because like when they went to Mar-a-Lago to find the documents that he stole from the White House, they were still missing like a lot of the important confidential shit. So people are theorizing that it's buried in Ivana Trump's casket on a golf course in New Jersey. I don't know if there's any credibility to that. But I do think that's fucking funny. And I do hope one day we get to the bottom of this. I just want to know. I feel like at this point I'm just curious. Your little brother's called Craig, the British way to say Craig. Craig? Am I saying it right? Did she ask for it? I have no idea. Why would anyone bury incriminating documents? Maybe he wants to dig them up later. I don't know. I'm not sure. It was so suspicious because she was cremated, allegedly. But then they still had a funeral for her. And they like buried a casket on a golf course in an unmarked grave, which is also weird, right? Because he's a billionaire. So you would think that he would bury her in like a nice graveyard or something because he's got all that money, not just like bury her on a golf course in New Jersey. But you know, also Wotan, thank you for the follow. I need to know Adidas or Nike. I've never owned either. So no comment. Is one better than the other? Saudi's a nice easy marker for where to dig. Is this a trickster? Gagged. And am I in a Swift? We need one Adam if you're interested. Hi, Guap. I'm currently playing with someone else, yeah. Y'all. But thank you for the offer to Swift. Also, thank you for the follow, always stunting. Staunting. They were divorced. They were divorced, but she's literally the mother of his children, who are also allegedly rich, so... If you were rich, and your mom died, and your dad was like, let's just bury her on a golf course. Don't you think you'd say something? You were here a few days ago? Oh, yeah, sometimes allegedly people get unfollowed. I don't know why that happens. Also, sometimes people just click the button by accident, because it does pop up in the weirdest times. Thank you for refollowing. So was she? She was loaded? Yeah, that makes sense. Crocs. I've never worn Crocs. Why are we allegedly? Because lately we've been talking about a lot of politicians and billionaires, and the last thing I need is to be sued by a politician or a billionaire. So, not that they get anything, but... Girl, you gotta break that pallet, Diva. You better break it. Girl, you're going to regret if you don't break this pallet. I hate to break it to you. Just kidding. He had fucking Bam Bam. Oh, I did not expect that. Oh, he actually kind of gagged me there. I was wondering why he went up there. Oh. No? You alright? I think he's struggling a little bit. He's gaming from McDonald's, literally. The fact that he was hitting me with so many of those knives with his internet's that bad is kind of crazy. Good for him, honestly. He kind of slayed. She had her own business and didn't fail like her husband. And I put my body on a floaty. I saw this video of this like 86-year-old woman who she was talking about her urn because she like bought her own urn and she keeps it in the kitchen all the time. And she was like obsessed with her own urn. I saw that. I kind of like it though. It's kind of sweet. It's like, yeah, if you have to spend eternity in an urn, you might as well pick it out yourself, honestly. She's kind of right. Like, don't you want to spend eternity in an urn that you like? Girl, we're gonna have to go. Oh, okay, let's go the other way. Can we get some skill checks? Skill check, skill check, skill check, skill check. Skill check. Fuck, now I'm fucked. I'm gonna fucking die. Girl, I gotta go. Wait, what's in Southeast Asia? What are we talking about? Do you want to come back as? And she said, "Oh, witch," and I'll cast a spell on you. And her daughter was like, "Don't say that, Mom." I think about reincarnation sometimes. I think it's nice. I think that's a really nice, like, sentiment. You know what I mean? Hello, big buff guy number 2. I am big buff guy number 1. Send me some photos. My socials are pinned. I'd love to see it. Oh, have a good night, Miss Fire. Gonna be cremated and ashes put into a dildo and sent to certain people. Oh. That's festive. Fucking hate it here. I'm so tired of Grim Embrace. I'm so fucking tired of it. It's such a dumb perk that is way too strong. And people are like, oh, it's only 12 seconds. Yeah, those 12 seconds are fucking huge. Those 12 seconds are the reason that Gen is not finished right now. When it should have been finished. You join my Discord? Sure, yeah, join my Discord. Toss it in the selfies channel or whatever. I'll take a look. I'd love to see Big Buff Guy #1. I'd love to know who I'm modeled after. I'm gonna come back as a haunting spirit. You feel watching you in the dark. Oh, that's fun. I think the idea of reincarnation is really fun. I don't know that I necessarily believe in it, but I feel like of all the like spiritualist hoo-ha afterlife bullshit, I do think it's one of the options that I think has a lot of positive elements to it, which is really nice. I think it's nice. Where the fuck is the selfies channel? I literally cannot find it. Why can I not find this channel? Did you come back a dachshund so I can just side-eye everyone, enjoying the sunshine and be spoiled? I think that's fun. I think I want to be a human again. I'd like to be taller this time. You added me? Well, that's fine. Where did you add me though? General chat. Oh, but did you send a picture? Well, where's the photo? Where the fuck is the selfies channel? Oh, there it is. Did you put it in the selfie channel or no? So you just added me in the general chat. Are you in a photo? Yeah, I gotta see it. You said you're buff guy #1 and I'm buff guy #2, implying that I am either modeled after you or I'm the 2.0 version, which is improved? Maybe? Is that the implication of me being #2? I have to pee so bad. Why is Dorcas playing Sable right now? I just noticed he's been playing Sable like all night. How Ken are you? You smell the flash? You smell the flash? Oh, how tall am I in meters? I don't fucking know. I'm American. How short are you? I'm like 5'11". I'm between like 5'11" and 6 feet tall. Around there. So I'm very... I feel like I'm very average height. Personally. Am I a gooner? I wish. I think I'd make a lot more money if I was. It's very popular these days. Very trendy to be a gooner. I have to pee. I will be right back in just a moment. Good luck, everyone. I'm small. I'm so small, so dainty. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Ugh. That's my hi, skinny pig. You're just taller than me. So tall. Oh, we all started here. It's interesting. I'm not gonna do that, Jen. I've got other gens to do. Wait, hold on, I'm gonna see the photo. Oh, you're so cute! You're so handsome! I was expecting, like, more muscle to be showing, though. Like, more... Like, where's the shirtless pic? You're 6 feet tall. Yeah, I'm a little under 6 feet. Don't groom the viewers? What the fuck do you mean groom the viewers? The fuck? If somebody says, hello, I am buff guy number 1, I expect photos of buffness. Which, I mean, I appreciate the photo. You look great. I was just expecting, like, a workout gym photo. You know what I mean? Like, shirt off. Sweaty. Dripping. Gooping. Oh, hello. He's not very good. No, he's definitely, he looks buff. He looks good. Fucking gagged, mate. Absolutely gutted. Oh, shit. Well. Have a good night, Akuma. Officially, you're number 1, I'm number 2. Does that make you the new and improved model and me the old maiden type of model? The one that no one wants anymore? Wait, how old are you? I feel like that should determine who's number 1 and who's number 2. You look young. Is he Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mr. Olympia? I'm gonna be completely honest. I think Arnold Schwarzenegger is like low-key overrated. You didn't think he would send photos of me at 3 a.m. on Discord? Well, sometimes we surprise ourselves. Sometimes we're not really who we thought we were. You know what I mean? You never know who you're gonna turn out to be this day. Every day's a new adventure. It's actually true. What? That Arnold Schwarzenegger's overrated? I think he's overrated. I mean, I have a friend who's like... He's like bordering on competitive bodybuilder. Like, he definitely has what it takes to be a competitive bodybuilder. He just like... He's always like on the fence as to whether or not he wants to do it each year. And he's never actually like gone through with it. And he loves Arnold Schwarzenegger. He really thinks that he's like the pinnacle of fucking fitness. I don't get it. This is a gay man who likes really muscular men, amongst other men. Like I don't really. That makes it sound like I only like muscular men. I tend to be more prone to like enjoying bears, to be honest. But I like a large man, and to me, I don't know. Arnold Schwarzenegger just doesn't do it for me. Sorry, Arnold fans. Which bodybuilder am I gooning for? There's this really hot guy. I don't know his name. The thing about bodybuilders, whenever I see hot bodybuilders, they're usually not American. So I don't really see any of them other than just like occasional workout videos. '80s Arnie. I still didn't think he was that hot. Sorry. Sorry. So hi Max, how are you? Do I know any Middle Eastern men? Like bodybuilders? There's definitely some that I follow. Henry Cavill? Oh, I thought we were talking about like competition bodybuilders. Or do you mean like do I have have I ever, what is your question? Like, have I ever met a Middle Eastern man? Because yes. Well, yes. One of my best friends is Lebanese. Oh, she gave up her power for that. Oh, shit. I should have faked it. All bodybuilders look like they're in their mid-40s. But see, I think that's hot, though. So, like, personally, I like older men. So the fact that bodybuilders always look like 2 decades older than they usually are doesn't really bother me. Henry Cavill's an LFR raider. Please! That is the most fucking nerdy insult I've ever heard anyone say. Like, Dirk Cabber? I have no idea who that is. What? Is that a person? You can't be a pro bodybuilder without taking extra stuff and taking this. Yeah. I mean, there are like natty competitions, but I think a lot of them fake it. I'm not gonna lie. I think a lot of those competitions where people say that everything's all natural, I think it's bullshit. People lie about that shit constantly. Because honestly, like, there's a ton of people who aren't even bodybuilders who just fucking take steroids and shit all the time just because they want to look more masculine or whatever. I gotta go. Oh, I gotta go, Diva. You can be that buff at 240 pounds while 3% body fat. You think it's impossible almost? Yeah, it's definitely, if not impossible, like close to impossible for sure. Like you have to have like perfect genetics. And even then, it's still like... Everybody has things, right? Like, cause like I think that when it comes to building muscle, I actually have pretty decent genetics. I think if I tried harder, I would be way bigger than I am. But I still struggle with my arms. Like my arms, I work out just as hard as like my chest and my shoulders and everything else. And like, I can never get them to the level of like my titties. My arms always disappoint me. Do steroids hurt? I don't know. I've never done them. They definitely have a lot of medical side effects, though. You're lucky you have the genetics of your mom. Was your mom a bodybuilder? Did you go back to work? Oh, no. Is she up here? Oh, fuck me. I'm going to expire. Oh shit, 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 fuck! I saw it at like the last second. I should have went the long way around this pallet. I'm an idiot. Your muscles grow wider, not thicker. Isn't wider and thicker the same thing? Girl, she has mad grit. Great. Taking the hit is throwing. Joker's not taking the hit is throwing. All of them taking hits from me when the killer has mad grit is throwing. Did they not see that the killer had mad grit? Because I saw that like instantly the first time she picked me up. It's super painful. Oh, really? I don't know. I've never really talked to people about it, honestly. Everybody I've ever known who, like, regularly did steroids was pretty awful to be around, to be honest. I don't know if that was just, like... I don't know if that was because of the steroids, or I don't know if it's just that, like, awful people are more likely to take steroids. I'm not sure. But, like, most people I've met in my life that did a lot of steroids were, like, really not the kind of people I wanted to, like, spend a ton of time with, I fear. A little of both. Wait. Islay, what does your muscles grow wider, not thicker mean? Like, isn't wider and thicker the same thing? Or am I dumb? Did you have to do a large muscle injection with a large gauge needle? Oh, do you? I don't know. I don't know how this works. You guys are so funny.
I've never read about or seen a place like this.
Your work gave you 2 days off after the accident. 3 in total, but I was already off Tuesday. You don't want to go back? That's fair. Going back to work is never fun. Not fun at all. A friend of mine a while back is female to male and he said it hurts. It's like a motherfucker. Oh. That makes sense. Hooray. When I look in the mirror, I have muscles that look wide and not thick. I don't know how else to explain that. Like my muscles expand on the x-axis, but not the y. Oh, wait. The x-axis and the y-axis, but not the z-axis. But then if you... But what happens when you hold your arm up? So like, because like it sounds like a fun house mirror sort of situation. I'm so confused. Do steroids hurt? No, unless you're talking about the injections. I think that's what they're talking about. It's like the injection process hurts. Two-dimensional being. I don't know. I know, I'm so confused. I'm trying to think, like, what the fuck does that mean in, like, reality, though? Because, like, how... This is hurting my brain. What? You think you get it? Think about paper. If you have 100 pages stacked on top of another, they're thick like a book, but the width of the page can increase from left to right. Right, but how does that translate to your muscle growth? Like, I understand the dimensions, but like, I'm just I'm not understanding how a person's body can grow like that. I feel like I'm missing something. You're looking it up to understand it. You drill the T in with the larger gauge needle and switch to a smaller gauge needle. Oh, were they just doing it wrong? Rip. If you stacked 200-page books on top of each other, you'd get this guy's muscles. I'm so confused. I don't know what the fuck is going on right now. But I hope you're okay with your current muscle growth situation. I hope it's going well. Like the girl in Gumball. What the fuck is Gumball? What kind of Forrest Gump situation? Oh shit. Don't mind me. Sir, please leave me alone. A Cartoon Network show? Oh. I've never heard of it. Okay, great. You've been on testosterone replacement therapy, estrogen, your own injections. It can sting. It doesn't hurt a lot. I'm old. Well, yes. I mean, I'm turning 31 next month. Old maiden type of person. Am I 40? No, not yet. Any day now. I'm on my way. Hi, Sandra. How are you? It's interesting. So you take it out and you switch the gauge. Oh, I guess that makes sense. I was confused about how you can switch the gauge of a needle, but then I just realized you can just switch the needle. That makes sense. You're to 40. Yeah, I'm about to be 31. I'm already 30. You're such a kid. Okay. Well. You can tell if they're a troll or a new mod. Who? Who are you talking about? You just turned 25. Happy birthday! Oh, wait, I'm 31. Frisk? Frisk has been here forever. There ain't nothing new about Frisk. We don't need more mods. Ooh. What did you miss? Oh, nothing. Oh, nothing. 22. Oh my god, you're all so young. I'm gonna reset that palette. They reset this palette? They reset this palette too. Oh my god. We've got a fucking palette resetter. Oh, that's so unfortunate for him. Oh, fuck! I fucked up. Do you play League or that's a red flag? Both? I think playing League is a red flag, but I also just re-downloaded it, so... So what does that tell you? What kind of person does that make me? It's so funny that you ended up being a mod here. I don't care anymore if guys are older than you. I have never cared. In fact, I usually look for guys that are older than me. Excuse me. My partner I've been in a relationship with for like, I think it's been like 5 or 6 years now, is like in his 50s, so... I prefer when men are older most of the time. I want to draw the testosterone with a small needle because it takes longer to draw. Oh, interesting. Please pin my socials. Can somebody pin my socials? Thank you. Thank you. How old am I? I'm 31. How old are you, Diva? Bye, Ace. You look young. Older guys are the best. I agree. The best sex I've ever had in my life was always with older men. They just have more experience, like, period. It's just common sense. How old do I think you are? 25? Oh, shit. Just looking for a father figure. You are? Are you exactly 25? Are you serious? Damn. I'm a fucking god. How much you put your body through? Well, I mean, listen, sometimes you gotta, maybe you just gotta put your body through it. god, fuck off. Let me do my jam. Good fun in your 20s and 30s. I've never had fun before, so hopefully I stay not haggard. My socials are pinned. You'll find that my socials are pinned. And that's all I'll say about that. Looking for a father figure who can give you the affection you never had as a kid. Well, I'm sure he's out there. The first went to prison. Work. Did the pin work? It looks like it's pinned to me. Oh, do you want to heal me? Thank you, Megan. I need more ping pong shows. What does that mean? Like where they shoot the ping pong balls out of their... Oh! Well. Out of their, cannolis? What you're talking about? So I date you? Maybe. Could be fun. The second was married. Alright, what'd you do? Get a better tasting protein shake. I have given up on finding protein shakes that taste good, honestly. I will say it... I think it helps that I only get the vegan ones because they're less, like, nasty a lot of times. Like, the vegan ones a lot of times aren't as, like, I don't know. Can you add banana or no? What if he doesn't like banana? What if he fucking hates bananas? They just like ass normally. Maybe I'm just desensitized to it. Because I remember I never used to like the dairy ones. And then when I started doing the vegan ones, like, I kind of got used to it pretty quickly. I'm not sure. There's plantains as well. Those are the two options to add to a protein shake. You either get bananas or plantains. That's all. Work. I always just mix the powder with water and swallow it as quickly as possible. Like, for me, it's not like it's not a joyful experience. It's like taking a vitamin. I'm not trying to, like, enjoy it. I'm just trying to consume the nutrients. Any sort of tube fruit, really. You know, honey. I usually don't eat honey, personally. Poisonally. Also, won't that make it sticky? I've never put honey in a beverage. That sounds sticky. I have put maple syrup, actually, so maybe it's similar. Like, I put maple syrup in, like, coffee before. You drink like every 3 hours a protein shake to keep up with my daily intake? That's insane. That's so many. I don't know if you're supposed to have that many. At a certain point, doesn't your body, like, stop utilizing the nutrients properly? Isn't it kind of like a waste? It has to taste good. Damn. Yeah, I don't really need it to taste good. I just hate when there's a texture. One time my partner bought me this fucking random discount vegan protein, and it was like slimy. Because it had like some sort of like, it was like coffee caramel flavored, and the caramel bits were like slimy. It was so fucking gross. Like the texture of it when it like got rehydrated was so disgusting. I don't know why anyone thought that was a good idea. Because it kind of had like a caramel drizzle effect, but the way it like globbed up in the protein shake, it just kind of seemed to like somebody left some like sweet spunk in it. It's so alien to you, yeah. When protein equals 25 grams of protein, the body can only digest per meal 25 to 30 grams of protein. I thought if you do too many protein shakes though, don't they kind of just have diminishing returns? Because like your body is mostly digesting like food. Or I could be wrong. I've always been told that like you don't want to do more than like 2 a day because at a certain point it's just a waste. I was always told I had to get the rest of the protein from food. But maybe I'm fucking wrong. I don't know. I think a lot of fitness stuff is like kind of pseudoscience most of the time. And people kind of just like, they tell you to do whatever worked for them. So maybe that's just bullshit. Your body will stop using some food if you eat it too much. Sweet spunk is a myth. Fitness culture is a cult. Fitness culture is a cult. That is true. I remember reading, it was that same book I was talking about earlier, where they talked about autism. One of the other things she talked about in that book was the like duality of like religion and like fitness culture. And she was sort of drawing a comparison in she talked a lot about what happened during COVID in the book, and one of the like wild sort of like coincidences of behavior was the way that like the Christians were like, we need to go to our church and do church stuff, and the fitness bros were like, we need to go to our gym and do gym stuff. And they were like 2 of the loudest groups that refused to like quarantine. It was an interesting parallel. The way she sort of explained the parallel between the way fitness people were behaving and the way like Christians were behaving during the pandemic was wild. But it also like made perfect sense. It was a great analogy, honestly. To go snowboarding. You love being chubby, so enjoy conversations with an outsider. Yeah, I mean, that's so valid. I personally like working out. I never got into fitness for like aesthetic reasons. I started doing it because it made me feel good physically and mentally, and it helped a lot with my depression. So as I got more into it, I started to try to build more muscle because I realized that like it was working for building muscle. Has anyone told me that I look kind of like Hassan? No. Honestly. But I take that as a compliment because he's very hot, so. I thought he put it on that side, and then when it wasn't there, I was like, oh, work. There's no trap here. Well. I could have sworn I saw him put it on the other side. Well, fuck my drag, I guess. Why is one of my hashtags Hassana B? You're his fan. No, I'm just trying to benefit off of his algorithm. People always ask me, why is one of my hashtags Asana B? And nobody asks me, why is one of them Amaranth? Like, it's the same thing. One of my friends does it all the time. He'll just tag like random famous Twitch streamers in his tags, and he told me to try it, and honestly, I don't know, like, is it working? I have no clue. Why is one of your tags Amaranth? Why did you get rid of bikini? Because it became like a banned tag. You can't tag yourself bikini anymore. Because you don't. Your beauty is unique and unlike his, and vice versa. Completely different. Nothing in common. I mean, we both have dark hair. I feel like that's kind of the extent. I know somebody earlier said I look like Austin Show, which I think I can see that a little bit more, maybe. I don't know. I think they're both buffer than I am, though. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I've never met them in person, but it at least seems that way. Your beauty is unique as a low-key read. Really? I read it more as like a sort of poetic, like, I don't know. It sounds like something that like Mary Shelley would write in a poem. Austin would body shame you more than I already do. I mean, I don't know. I've heard that Austin's very nice, honestly. I've never met him personally. But many people have told me that he's quite nice. What's a circuit party gay? A gay that goes to circuit parties? Oh my god, I thought I saw a trap on that side. I'm so stupid. And what you get when a circuit party gay doesn't do the circuit parties. Yeah, I've actually never been to a circuit party, honestly. I don't really know what that is other than like a party with gay people. I'm assuming it's very orgy-like. Fitness culture is that they love eugenics. Bitch! Finally somebody's talking about it. Do you know how many times I'm watching like a fitness video and somebody's talking about building muscle and they're like, it's mostly just genetics, bro. And I'm like, Oh, have a good night, Genuine. Genetics with some steroids, literally. Literally. An orgy? An orgy? An orgy? But do I lie? No, there is something about it that's very eugenicsy. It's a little freaky, honestly, when you really think about it. The way fitness people talk. Because yeah, no, I do think that if it really was just all about health and fitness and improving people's lives, they wouldn't focus so much on things that you really cannot change. You know what I mean? Do I do cardio? Not really. I mean, I do horizontal cardio. I don't like run on a treadmill. You do cardio. Not cardio. Oh! Oh, this is bad. Oh no. Not him stepping on a trap at like the worst time. Well, GG, I guess. Hasanabi's economic views are very socialist, almost communist. Do you share his views and critique of late-stage capitalism and all that? I would not say that I share all of Hasanabi's views. I think I appreciate what he does. I think that he has a really important place in the sort of political commentary landscape. I think he does a good job of normalizing of sort of normalizing and like advocating for marginalized people, and that's honestly what I like about him the most. But I don't really watch his content much because I just don't find it to be super relatable personally. Fuck capitalism. See, I'm kind of under the impression that I think we were talking about this earlier with economic standpoints and whatnot. Socialism is a concept, right? Like we're not anything close to what socialism is in America, and we never will be, honestly. Like capitalism is so deeply ingrained in the United States that there's not really a way that would ever shift the way that people pretend it's going to. I think the idea of socialism gets a lot of things right, which I personally believe that since we are one of the richest countries in the world, we should have the means to make sure that every person in our country has their basic living expenses taken care of, like food, healthcare. All of those things should not be expensive things. They should be very affordable. They should be very realistic within everybody's, profit margins and fucking economic standpoint or whatever. And for the people that can't seem to get there, there should be a lot of, like social programs to help them, like food stamps and shit like that. Like I believe in all of that stuff. I also think there is a lot of evidence that universal basic income at a very low level, like just giving citizens like a set amount of money each month to be able to live, there's a lot of evidence that that's also a really productive thing in certain circumstances. So like I do think there's a lot of ideas that come from socialist theory that could be really good for society. But I don't think any economic like structure is perfect. Like capitalism has benefits and downfalls. Socialism has benefits and downfalls. Like, do you think his voice would be as loud and noticeable if it wasn't for his beauty? I personally feel like he is, of course, articulate. So Hassan is rich, by the way. His place in like his success as a content creator. I mean, yes, he is a very good streamer, but you also have to take into account like a lot of his success as like a top content creator. It comes from the fact that he had a lot of privileges coming into becoming a content creator, to be honest. And that's part of how he was able to succeed so much. But yeah, I would say in the queer community, he's very well known because he's a really hot gay rights advocate who's also straight and an ally. So like, yeah, I think that's why he's so successful in the queer community. I don't know if straight people care as much about that. I mean, because look at the other straight streamers like Asmongold. Asmongold's like one of the top fucking heterosexual dude streamers, and he certainly is not known for his beauty. Beauty, like all things, is a form of power. Yeah, you also have to remember that Hassan is rich. He's like the child of, isn't his dad like a millionaire or something? Like he like grew up rich, right? I don't know all the Hassan lore. I've just been told that he's like very rich. Asmongold's eyes are scary. They are soulless. Well. Well, I mean, she's got a point. You're so scared of him. I mean, he's a little freaky. He's a little goblin person. I don't usually try to like come for people's appearance, honestly. I personally don't like him as like a person. I was just kind of making the point that it's like, I think there's a lot of content creators who aren't necessarily like traditionally very attractive that do really well, especially if they're straight men. I've come for your appearance many times. When have I ever come for your appearance? I await the receipts. He's almost as rich as the top hour ad break, which... Wait, what? I go for their personalities, the things that can actually change. Well, yes. I called you fat and ugly 4 months and 6 months ago and 8 months ago. I would love for you to provide some sort of proof of that. Oh! Thought she was coming around. I'll go to this area over here. Oh my god, I can tell I've been playing for so long because I can't control my fucking wrist anymore. Did he? I think you called yourself a fat ugly pig, and in your confusion thought Adam said it. I mean, Axel loves to put words in my mouth. I don't think I've ever called anyone fat or ugly in my life. I've definitely said people look bad, but I meant like their clothes. Was I saying that your clothes looked bad? That might have been. I just don't remember it. Do you know mean gays? Like gay people that are mean? Yeah. I would say that Dorcas is one. Well, yes. I've known a lot of mean gays. I've called you a fuggo. After you... Did you guys... Okay, that's true. One time I did say I kind of like ugly guys, and then I just said that you were hot. That's kind of true. So maybe I do call guys ugly. I didn't mean like ugly though. Like I meant like men that aren't traditionally attractive. You know what I mean? Guys, I'm fucking good. I tend to find men that are very traditionally attractive, I tend to just find boring. You know what I mean? I think if guys look like really like what you would expect like a fucking, like an Abercrombie and Fitch model or something to look like they're just kind of like super symmetrical twinks, I'm just not really that interested. I ghosted you on Grindr. I haven't been on Grindr since I was 19, so that would have been like 12 years ago. Did you live in Baltimore 12 years ago? I only ever fucked one guy on Grindr. You're a time traveler? Well? She coming over here? She's too late. The fuck was that about? Bro, what are you doing? She has absolutely lost the plot. Like, she has no clue where she is or where she's going. The pathing, like, I don't know what she's doing. It's really freaking me out. Like, I feel like she, like, mind gamed herself, like, 3 times. Just gonna go back over here. I'm a Sniffies guy. I've never used Sniffies before in my life. Sniffies wasn't invented the last time I was using dating apps. Is it like Big Dippers and what's her name? I don't know what that means, Max. Who the fuck is Big Dipper? Is it a person or like a constellation? A person? I've never heard of them. I mean, you can feel free to listen to the podcast if you want to see. We've mostly just been doing reviews of the show Dragula recently, and discussing that, and we just like movie reviews and stuff like that. It's really just conversations about like films and television. Just gonna assume yes. Well, you know what they say about assuming. Makes you gay. Good. Well, yes. Dating app? What about a dating app, Dill? What about it? How do you meet gays without dating apps? Do you hang out? So I'm in a polyamorous relationship with 2 partners. So I don't really go out of my way to meet gays. Also, I'm not gonna lie, if I wanted to just start fucking random guys again, as a Twitch streamer, I could literally just like open my DMs. So that's probably what I would do. Like at any given moment, there's like 8 ridiculously hot guys that are like DMing me and they're like, hey, do you want to collab? And I'm like, no, I'm good. Guys are kind of rare where you live. When I was 19. Yeah, no, when I was 19, I was using Grindr. And then I eventually started using Scruff. I liked Scruff better. I don't know what people are. Everybody's talking about Sniffies these days. I'm assuming it's funny, like with the dating apps, it's like everybody migrates around, so you kind of have to like go with whatever everybody's using, or else there's no people. Now I'm an old maiden, yeah. You mean hookup apps? I mean, when I was using them, most of them identified as dating apps. Like, I met one of my partners on OkCupid. And, like, we're still together. We've been together for, like, a decade. See if he's allowed nudes as your profile picture. Okay. Is that, I mean, this is just gonna, we really had to cut out the process of clicking on the person's profile. That was too much for the gay community. The gays were like, I can't be bothered to click on somebody's profile to see their dick. I need to see their dick first. It gives you X. I mean, it sounds a lot like Grindr, honestly. Which, that was my problem with Grindr, was just, I feel like people were really, there's no etiquette. Like, gay men are so gross sometimes when it comes to, like meeting somebody and, like, wanting to fuck. Like, I could never fuck anyone if they couldn't, like, have a basic conversation with me. Just like a, hey, how are you? Like, what are you doing? What do you do for work? Like, it's like, I don't know. Like, I like to have, like, a basic knowledge of the person as a human before I fuck them. Oh my god. Can I stop getting Chuckies, please? What the fuck is this? It's fucking Chucky O'Clock. Ooh! Ah, shit. The perception of sexuality is so brutal. Please don't try to talk. I don't believe that, Dill. Dill, I think if I found you in a dating or a hookup app and I messaged you, I think you'd have a little conversation with me. I don't believe you. Women in general are just kind of gross and pushy. Do you like sex? Can we please just introduce each other? It's one thing if you're like, your kink is like the sort of anonymous thing, but I think it's like, for me, it's sort of like the rudeness of it sometimes. I think sometimes people can be very rude on, like, hookup apps. It's like, if you want to be like kinky anonymous or whatever, just be upfront about it. Like, I don't want to know anything about you because, like, that's my kink. But I don't think that's the usual case. Barely know people's names and faces when you hook up with them. I don't like that. Like, I don't think I could do that. I want to see your voters registration. I want to see if you voted for Jill Stein before I hook up with you. Could you fucking imagine? The first question you ask people, who did you vote for in the last presidential election? Glad you're unregistered. Not unregistered. Oh my god, Dill. Go register to vote. Do your civic duty. It's a pretty telling question. It is. You can learn a lot from a person. Oh, hello. Do you want to heal me by this fern? You do a reverse image search on the guy you were hooking up with. That's actually not a bad idea. I mean, what if it's like somebody that you work with or something? Like, I feel like there's so many ways it can go wrong if you're just like hooking up with the randos that you don't know anything about. It's a good way to tell if it's a catfish or not. I don't know. You live in Louisiana? I mean, down ballot votes matter, Dill. Like, I know you might feel like your vote doesn't matter because you live in like a deep red state where everything stays the same, but like, things can change. Down ballots what matters. Yeah, like you could vote for like, I don't know, city council people and shit, you know? Even New Orleans? Is New Orleans red? It probably is, honestly. I mean, a lot of those states down there are like red. Like Oklahoma, Louisiana. The city's blue. Oh, is it really? You stop dating apps after too many bad experiences. I mean, even so, it's the principle of the matter. You should vote anyway. I live in New York. Like, regardless of how I vote in most elections, the vote's gonna be blue. But it's still just the principle of the matter. If everybody thought their vote didn't matter, then yeah, nobody's vote would matter. You know what I mean? But down ballot is how you change the circumstances that leads to upper ballot mattering. Yeah, and also on top of that, local politicians have more control over your daily life than the president ever will. Period. Like, nothing the president will do will affect you as directly as like your mayor and shit like that. So like, it's important to vote. Landskrona? What the fuck is that? Is that a city? Anywhere there are large groups of people meld with other cultures and close their minds off from the bigotry that comes with being Republican. Yeah. That's the majority, and we now have a coalition government. Yeah, I mean, governments change all the time. I think there's a sort of disenchantment with voting in a lot of, like millennial specifically in America, and I feel that. I've always kind of felt it too because I always grew up in blue states. So like, no matter how much I voted, my states were always blue. My mayors were always blue. My senators were always like they literally like I have never had. Actually, that's not true. I think in Baltimore, I had a Republican governor. I think. I could be wrong about that. That might have happened after I moved. But, like, I'm used to the same kind of concept where it's like, regardless of how I vote, it seems like Democrats always win. But I still vote because it's like, well, like, what if they don't, though? You know what I mean? You never know. Like, you want to make sure your vote counts. Love living in a town. My mom uncle shit talk. It's how small your town is. Oh yeah, Odd Child. Okay, my one of my partners, his parents live on an island, and like the fucking mayor like is like, and the fucking governors and not the governor. The governor doesn't live on the island, but like the mayor and shit like, I guess like come to their house. Like there's so few people on the island that it's like everybody knows the mayor. Oh, it's a city in Sweden. Oh. Were my balls always blue? My balls are never blue, you'll find. Oh, have a good night, Frisk. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, she passed away. All right. Are religious blue people? Interesting. Since COVID, the town has turned much more blue. Is it because all the Republicans died because they were afraid to get vaccinated? That's one of the craziest things about Republicans to me, is that they'll literally give so much disinformation to their own constituents that they quite literally have killed them in the past. You're back with just to objectify me? Oh, that's so sweet. That's so kind of you. Could be the poor lung functioning. Yeah. You're very taking. You mean giving? Well, I can also be very giving. I'm not as good at taking, but I can try. Dorcas wishes for me to come into voice chat. The lady you work with is blue and hates the people that don't support religious rights. Well, you can be religious and a Democrat. I mean, both Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are famously religious. Joe Biden's like a devout Catholic. I just think it's... She hates your guts for being gay. She won't talk to me unless she wants something. That's wild. You're religious, Tech? Oh, I didn't know that. I feel like I'm like spiritual but skeptic about it. Like, I like the idea of like spirituality as a concept. I'm not religious. I don't identify as any specific religion. You also do witchcraft? Wow, a lot of Christians do witchcraft, that's for fucking sure. I'm a hardcore Richard Dawkins atheist. I don't know who that is. But I think that DBD and Overwatch used to be make my blood pressure go insane. No, it makes you pass out most matches. Interesting. Welcome back, Strawberry. Welcome, welcome. Muscle worship doesn't count. Now that's a religion I can get behind. You got a wacky canvassing job for Kamala. Wait, you're canvassing for Kamala Harris? That's so interesting. I've always found canvassing kind of fascinating. Do you find it, like, fulfilling? Can I get not a Chucky, please? My God. This is the third Chucky in a row. This is driving me fucking insane. Please, I ran into the stupid tree. So many bad bitches that work there. It's interesting talking to people that won't pull a gun on you. What do you mean? Wait, like, where are you canvassing? Like, Pennsylvania, or? I feel like most swing states like guns. Oh no, wait, there's some that don't, right? Wait, Michigan? Is that a gun place? I don't know. When I think of swing states, I always think of, like, Pennsylvania and, like... Trumper Supremes aren't shy about whipping out a blicky. Wait, but if you're canvassing, like, wait, I'm confused. Canvassing is when you, like, go to people's houses and talk to them, right? So, like, how do you know whether or not they're Trump people until you actually go and talk to them? I feel like it's the same Chucky. I think it might be. That last Chucky didn't tunnel me, though, so this might be a different person. Can you fuck off, bitch? Like, what the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? Like... Like, honestly, suck a fucking dick. And she's still tunneling me. When am I getting my Twitch tank so you can properly match with your character? Is there a Twitch shirt? You can tell if they're ignorant piece of shit and have Trump memorabilia littered around their yards. Great. Well, I got tunneled out instantly, so classic DVD. Why is everybody playing Chucky? What the fuck is this Chucky epidemic? I swear all night I've played against Chucky and Singularity literally all night. I think I had like one Trapper game, one Nurse game, I think like one Wesker. Like there's like a spattering of like random one-off situations. But it's like people only know how to play Chucky and Singularity these days. I had like one Nemesis and one demo. But the last 3 games were all Chucky. And like, I hate to break it to you, Chucky mains, but Chucky is probably one of the easiest killers in the game. Like one of the easiest, stronger killers in the game. Literally requires like no skill. Probably why he's so popular. Did you just skip those houses? Yeah, so I guess my question about canvassing is like, what exactly does it, what is the purpose of it? Like, do you find that like going door to door is like very effective when it comes to like persuading people to vote? Like, Narco's not home, whatever. I think I answered my own question. How did I answer my own question? I don't think I answered anything. Taylor Swift, I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, about Chucky. Oh, sorry. I was thinking about the canvassing thing. So, like, you're angry that you can't tell the rude people to kiss me on the mouth, though? That'd rile them up real quick. I think you should tell them anyway. Yeah, I always thought canvassers just went from door to door. I didn't realize that you actually have, like, you get, like, a list of people's houses to go to. That makes sense, though, to target people who had previously voted Democratic versus, like, just going to any random house. Like, I could see why you would do that instead. Oh, I think Dorcas just DC'd, I'm now realizing. Okay, work. Well. Well, I guess that's that. Okay. Let's see who's on right now. You got a new list every day. That's so interesting. Do you feel like the work you're doing is really like pushing people in the direction of voting a certain way? Like, do you think it actually works? Because that's the thing I always wonder is like, how easy is it to convince somebody to vote a certain way? Can't wait to canvas my own apartment. That's funny. The hire company. Yeah, I assume so. That's part of what donating to campaigns funds is, to pay for people to do things like canvassing. I must switch bodies with a famous Republican for a period of time, probably forever, at least until the curse is lifted. You have the right to pick who. Who do you pick? Hot Republicans. Oh no. Okay, Google searching hot Republicans did not give me a lot of great options. Are you talking about politicians specifically? You don't think you're ever donating to a political campaign again after I did this year? You keep getting texts. Oh, you can always turn those texts off, I think. There should be a way. Yeah, I was thinking Adam Kinzinger was like my first choice. Because he's hot and he's also not like a total piece of shit. And also, I feel like Adam Kinzinger, if he switched to being a Democrat, it would not shock anyone. You know what I mean? So yeah. He's like 15 years older than me though. That's the only downside. But yeah, I feel like I'd pick Adam Kinzinger. Any hot Democrats though? Let's see. We did an entire tier list of most fuckable politicians recently, and I can't remember who made it to the top. I like genuinely don't recall. Unfortunately, politicians don't tend to be very hot. I don't know what it is about politics. Biden's kind of cute. If I made you one, would you wear it? Yeah, I would wear a DBD Twitch style tank top. I would wear that. For sure. For sure. You know, Biden is hung as hell. Oh. You can't name a single but I think Adam Kinzinger is actually hot. Like, that is the kind of man where I would, if I saw him on a hookup app, I would probably fuck him. He's very much my type. I'm trying to think of like a hot Democrats though. There are people who fucking thirst for Pete Buttigieg, and I don't get it. I don't understand it. The whole Biden John Ossoff? Do I know who that is? Oh, I know this guy. This little twink. Yeah, he's okay. He's fine. Girl, we gotta find somebody to raid. When has he been live? Not raid the Pentagon. Jack Mehoff? Mehoff? Oh, that's not a real person. It does sound like a politician, though. He got him. Leaving so soon? Haven't we been live for like 8 hours? Wait, how long have I been live right now? Oh, we've only been live for 6 hours? Wait, really? Why did I think it was like 8 hours? Oh, I forgot. We're doing a watch party of Agatha All Along for the podcast, though. For the pod. So yeah, that's why we're ending a little bit earlier. Sorry, you confused the shit out of me. I was like, why am I ending so early? And that's why. Why don't we raid Gerrymander? Let's raid Gorilla. We haven't raided Gorilla in forever. You can't support my creative endeavors, so I won't be at the watch party. I'm so sorry. But I will see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to be playing some Overwatch with Janelle and Dorcas, and we'll probably do some Dead by Daylight as well. I can't imagine we'll play Overwatch all night, but it is a new Overwatch season, so that should be fun. James Tallarico. Not my type, sorry. Sorry about it. I'm sure there's like some hot mayors and stuff out there. But you miss Janelle? Me too. We haven't played with Janelle in so long. How do people get to the watch party if they want to be part of it? Oh. If you want to be part of the watch party, you can follow our Patreon. All the paid tiers have access to the watch party. So the lowest tier I think is $5. But there's our YouTube channel, which will link to the Patreon. I don't know why I don't have a more direct link, but there it is. It's for the podcast, our Final Bros podcast with me and Dorcas War. Now, plot twist, you can lift the curse at any moment by saying one truly positive thing about Republicans, sort of like they have to say one compliment in each other in presidential debate. Anyway, it looks like the raid is going. Have fun with Gorilla, spam some emotes. Bye-bye.